We are here to announce our intent to set up a gigafactory for the manufacture of advanced cell chemistry batteries in Telangana state.
We've been making several efforts on the ESS front, but this is the biggest investment the government of Telangana has been able to attract into the state of Telangana. And I'm delighted that it is actually a homegrown company based in Hyderabad which is making this move.
The Gigafactory will be developed in a phased manner with a capacity of up to 16 gigawatt hours and a battery pack assembly unit of up to 5 gigawatt hours. Over the next few years, the Gigafactory will create employment for over 5,000 people. A project for which the company will be investing rupees 9,500 crore over the next 10 years, including a research facility in Hyderabad. In the first phase, the company is expected to invest around 2,000 crores on the factory with a 2 gigawatt hours capacity and will create employment for over 2,000 local people. Together, let's build a bright future. Lithium-ion battery Gigafactory, powered by Amara batteries.
We are building the future. The electric future on a giga scale, where cutting-edge technology meets world-class automation. A new ecosystem for cell manufacturing. Power-packed, customized lithium-ion battery packs for automotive and industrial applications. two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, telecom towers, data centers, and much more. As a leader in the field of energy storage and propagator of electric technology, Amara is setting up an energy hub with R&D facilities, incubation cells, mentorship, testing facilities, and a host of other features. And it's not new to us. It's tried, it's tested, and it's proven. We are ready to show the world a better way. The future is better. The future is ours. Amara.
Check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the first edition of Evolve Conclave, a unique conclave focused on advanced battery technologies. The extraordinary gathering will bring together the brightest minds from the industry to engage in insightful discussions and debates on the future of energy and mobility in India. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host Sabrina, and it gives me immense pleasure to be among such esteemed set of audience and guests. On the sideline of Evolve Conclave, Amara laid the foundation towards E-Positive Energy Labs, an advanced energy research and innovation center in the GMR AeroCity. The E-Positive Energy Labs is the first of its kind and will be equipped with advanced laboratories and testing infrastructure and will be served as a catalyst for multi-stakeholder collaboration and fostering entrepreneurship in these emerging sectors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a diya. A diya signifies prosperity, knowledge, and positivity in and around all of us. So on that note, I would like to call our dignitaries on the stage for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to call on stage our Honorable Minister, Shri K.T. Ramarao Garu, Minister for Industries and Commerce, IT, ENC, MANUD, Government of Telangana. Sir, can we have you on stage? Along with Mr. Jay Galla, Chairman and Managing Director, Amara Group. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome them with a huge round of applause. Yes, let the morning begin. Thank you. I would also like to invite on stage Honorable Ms. Hilary McGitchie, Consul General of Australia, all the way from Bangalore. Welcome, ma'am. I will humbly request Sri Sudhendu Sinha, the advisor of Niti Aayog, to please join us on stage, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to even invite Mr. Harsha Gaurineni, the Executive Director of Amara Batteries. Ladies and gentlemen, he's your man, so a huge round of applause, come on. Along with Mr. Vikram Gaurineni, the Executive Director, Amara Batteries. I think this is the best way to begin today's conclave. So let's have the... I request Mr. Ranjit Reddy and Mr. Mahinder Reddy also to please honor us with your presence, sir, please. Can I have Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, sir? Please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an absolute auspicious way to begin today's conclave, where we start with a diya, which signifies knowledge, prosperity, and a wonderful way to begin. Gentlemen, we would want you for a few more moments because we have a very special book unveiling happening, right? Ladies and gentlemen, however, before delving into these conclave issues, it is utmost importance to take a retrospective journey. So we have a very special unveiling of the souvenir book, which are going to happen right here on the stage. So can we have the books on stage, please? It is going to be a commemorative book. Will offer a panoramic overview of the evolution, the present standing, and the promising trajectory of the batteries, lithium-ion technology, and electric vehicles. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We officially launch and unveil the souvenir book. Will definitely deserve a huge round of applause for this initiative. Thank you to our dignitaries to do the honors. I request you all to please take your seats. And of course, I request Mr. Vikram Gaurineni to please stay back to deliver his welcome address.
I'll try to be quite brief as we're running quite late on time. However, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone gathered here today. I think I didn't expect such a great turnaround of crowd, but I'm very happy to see all of you here today. Firstly, we extend our heartfelt gratitude and warm welcome to all of the individuals who came both near and far, both that who are local and who flew from all over the country, and in some cases actually came from different parts of the world to grace this occasion. I'd first like to personally welcome our chief guest, Sri K.T. Ramarao, Honorable Minister, Industries and Commerce, IT, ENC, MA and UD. I'd like to welcome the Consul General from Australia, Ms. Hilary McGitchie. It's our pleasure to have you here today and host you. I'd also like to welcome Sri Sudhendu Sinha, advisor from Niti Aayog. Sir, thank you so much for coming, and I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts in your keynote speech shortly. Also from the government, we have Sri Jayesh Ranjan,
Dr. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, Sri Sujay Karampuri. Thank you all for coming today. And I think I just want to make one comment on the government of Telangana. All these days we've been coming to you, talking about our package, talking to you about things we need from you, and I think all of it has been delivered. The next time we come knocking on your door, it's going to be to see a running facility. So I think no more inaugurations. Now you need to see products coming off the line, people employed, and that's what we're hoping to do next. I'd also like to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, Ms. Komal from Bloomberg NEF, as well as Professor Sagar Mitra from IIT Bombay. Thank you both for being here today. And certainly, I need to mention the great support we received over the last several months from the GMR Group. We're here now as a constituent in this wonderful ecosystem they've built around this airport. For those of us who live in Hyderabad, for those of us who travel frequently in and out of Hyderabad, I think we get to experience all the time the wonderful airport and the airport ecosystem. We're seeing here hospitality, commercial, now a research center, industries. I think we have one of the best airports in the world, and I think that this is something that we have to add our value to, and definitely I think we'll build something super iconic. So thank you for all the members of the GMR team. We look forward to continuing our association for the decades to come. And just to keep it short, I think I really want to call out that we have such a rich cross-section of people from all around the industry today. We have fellow business leaders, both established industries, startup leaders, who are really, really pushing India ahead in various sectors. We have respected bureaucrats, policymakers, research institutes, so many different people. And the one thing we all have in common is that we're all stakeholders in making sure that India, in this new emerging sectors of electric mobility, energy storage, that I think for the first time, I'm very proud to say, as a relatively young Indian who's been back in the country for 10 years, we're not playing follow the leader on this segment. I think absolutely we're trying to take the reins and go ahead. We have 3 keynote speeches talking about how we will be the global leaders in light electric mobility worldwide, how we build out an Indian ecosystem to make this happen, and the future of technologies that's suitable for our climate, our environment. And I think all of you gathered here today are here to make sure that's something that can really happen and that's something we can achieve. So this is the first edition of Evolve that we are hosting as Amara Group. But while we may have the great pleasure of hosting all of you, ultimately it's all of us together that should be coming together every year. It's an open forum. I think all the different stakeholders to make this happen at a global level, to make sure India is successful and we are leading these efforts, are here today, and we look forward to engaging with you over the long term. And thank you so much. I think all of us are here together to make sure, and we have some very rich panel discussions in the afternoon, so please stay and stay tuned. There's a lot of exciting discussion to take place ahead. Thank you so much for coming here today, and let's have a good session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vikram, for that wonderful start and welcome address. Moving on, I would humbly request Mr. Jay Galla, the co-founder and chairman of Amara Group, to please deliver his address. Thank you.
Shri K.T. Ramarao Garu, Honorable Minister of Industries and Commerce, IT, E&C, MA and UD, Government of Telangana, and all other dignitaries here. A very good morning to each and every one of you. The world around us is undergoing rapid transformations, not only in terms of the environment, but also in technology, society, and culture. The younger generation is increasingly becoming aware of their surroundings and is taking deliberate steps towards creating a cleaner and more sustainable planet. In this context, it becomes even more crucial for traditional companies to invest in a better future, ensuring that the planet becomes cooler, greener, and safer for the generations to come. The energy and mobility sector in India has undergone a remarkable shift, driven by the government's ambitious target of achieving 450 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030. Investments in solar, wind, hydro, and biomass power have surged, positioning India as one of the world's fastest-growing renewable energy markets. Beyond its environmental impact, green energy and storage play a pivotal role in job creation, cost reduction, enhanced healthcare, and increased productivity, contributing to energy security and rural electrification while reducing import dependency. As a socially responsible organization, we recognize the need to chart a new course towards cleaner energy and advanced battery storage technologies. With this vision in mind, we unveiled our energy and mobility strategy 3 years ago with a distinct focus on lithium-ion cells and battery packs. As part of this strategic direction, Amara Raja Battery Limited subsidiary, Amara Raja Advanced Cell Technology Private Limited, was established, ARACT. This subsidiary encompasses the entire spectrum of lithium cell manufacturing, battery packs, EV chargers, energy storage systems, advanced home energy solutions, and related products and services. The recent announcement of the Amara Raja Giga Corridor in May aligns seamlessly with our energy and mobility strategy. This monumental endeavor involves the establishment of the giga-scale factory in Mahabubnagar district with an investment of 9,500 crores. This manufacturing unit not only embodies Amara Raja's ethos of fostering local non-migratory jobs, particularly in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, but also propels our 37-year-old global conglomerate into its next phase of growth. Continuing our unwavering commitment to the energy and mobility strategy, we take immense pride in unveiling Amara Raja's E-Positive Energy Labs, located in the vibrant GMR Aero City area of Hyderabad. This state-of-the-art facility is poised to serve as a beacon of pioneering research and innovation in advanced energy technologies. Our focus encompasses driving breakthroughs in energy storage, electric mobility, renewable energy integration, and more. The new E-Positive logo draws inspiration from the electron, the fundamental building block of all chemistry and electric energy in the universe. This subatomic particle in perpetual motion imparts shape, density, and vibrance to the cosmos. The logo encapsulates our division's audacious journey towards envisioning a new world that embraces the electron as the primary source of energy. The outer circle of the alphabet elegantly represents the orbital path or energy field of the electron around the nucleus. The color green, drawn from the Amara family palette, signifies inherent great greenness or natural origin magnified by scientific innovation and cutting-edge technology. The color blue, electric blue, reminiscent of the sky, symbolizes innovation, stability, reliability, and technological advancement. We christened it E-Positive to encapsulate the positivity of our new business line, centered around the environment, energy efficiency, enterprise, and endurance. This center will catapult us into an elevated orbit of accelerated growth. Our relentless pursuit of deeper insights into the ever-evolving realms of energy and mobility, we are delighted to host the Evolve Conclave today. This platform convenes thought leaders, industry experts, and innovators to engage in insightful discussions about battery technologies advancements, challenges, and transformative potential in shaping the future of energy storage and mobility. I trust that each of you will partake in fruitful discussions and debates, departing with innovative thoughts and enhanced knowledge on shaping the trajectory of the energy and mobility domain. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend Sri K.T. Ramarao Garu for his enduring presence as a gracious guest, and also to Ms. Hilary Megici for accepting our invitation and gracing this momentous occasion. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the dignitaries for embarking on this remarkable journey with us. Wishing you all a day brimming with enlightenment and inspiration. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jay. Well, because of the time constraint, we are going to advance our talks and our speakers. So without much ado, I would request our Honorable Ms. Hilary McCutcheon, Consul General of Australia, all the way from Bangalore. Thank you, ma'am, and please, I invite you on stage to please speak a few words. Thank you. Let us welcome her on stage with a huge round of applause. Thank you. Let us make her feel welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for the warm welcome. Let me first acknowledge Katie Ramarao, Minister. Minister, it was very nice to meet you this morning. Thank you for the invitation to join today. I will just take a few moments. I know time is precious, but what I will do is explain why you have an Australian standing on this stage. This is Evolve's Day. This is Amaraja's Conclave. I'm honoured to join it, but I'm here representing Australia because we have just opened a new consulate in Bengaluru. My responsibility is Karnataka and Telangana, and for the Australian government that means we have doubled the resources and doubled our engagement in South India. It is a project of our own that has been some time in the making, and the Australian government knows very well the importance of engaging with states, and Telangana is one of the priority states for Australia to engage with. In the last 5 years, we have seen lots of new activity. It is driven by Telangana's strength in technology, in innovation, in health, in education, many other fields, but also a very open and friendly business climate, which we very much appreciate. And my job is to, over the next 3 years, enhance those ties. On the topic where we are talking today, which is the future, the opening speaker made the point that India and Evolve and Amaraja is not here to play follow the leader. I completely agree. I take that message away. When we think of where the future is going and future opportunities, in this area, Australia is a country with many of, I think it has 21 of the 49 critical minerals that have been identified as essential to India's ambitions, including in EV. Australia has minerals. We are working with India to build that partnership, to support those manufacturing ambitions, to bring our research and development to join efforts. But it is a partnership, and so that's a partnership I want to see grow. I will not take any more of your time other than to say it is a real privilege to be here. I wanted to come to Hyderabad as soon as I could after we'd opened in Bengaluru, so it has taken me 1 month to be here. I'll be back very soon. I very much enjoy hearing today's topic, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome to Telangana. All right. And just to give you a small memento from our side, request Mr. Vikram to please join me on stage to do the honors and thank ma'am to be here on this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, can we thank her with a huge round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you once again. Without much ado, I would like to take this opportunity and call on stage Sri Sudhendu Sinha Garu, the advisor of Niti Aayog, to please join us on stage for the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, all the distinguished colleagues, and of course, Team Amaraja. So my limited knowledge with respect to Amaraja was that it is a battery major, A, and B, that, it lost the PLI bid, and C, that Mr. Vijayanand is one of that executive whom we can always call in when Niti requires them. So this is what the information knowledge was there. But I must compliment that many new things I learned today. First is that Amaraja is almost like Niti, so it is National Institution for Transforming India, and Amaraja probably is Amaraja Institution for Transforming Telangana. Second, of course, is that after 35 years of existence of Amaraja, your average age is still 31. This is something amazing. It resonates with India, with after staying for so many years, our average age is still 28, 29. So it's a youthful organization, and that is the reason why they have got a power to dream. And the one that we exhibited today, that is really, it's absolutely, it's very promising. So any technological breakthrough that you want to make, any new product that you want to pull off it cannot be done without an absolutely, strong R&D base. Normally, it follows the product. It's good that you are doing it as a precursor to it, as a beginner to it. This is again something new to me. So if I give you examples after examples, of Finland initiated Evelina project. In Sweden, they had got a Eneva project. Norway had a Transnova project. Australia themselves initiated iMove Limited program where the Cooperative Research Center went in for action. Japan had MITI. So countries after countries, they have taken initiatives and they have propelled, encouraged the private sector to go ahead on this transformative journey. In India, NITI has nudged the Indian Institutes of Technology, and as a result, 16 out of 23 IITs, they've opened a center of excellence. And I've been told that the Hyderabad IIT, that itself has got a wonderful center of excellence. So maybe Amara would like to collaborate with them and take the entire journey forward. Given the time constraint, I would say that I raise 3 cheers for you for your fearlessness to quit. Fearlessness to question, your refusal to quit, power to dream, and heart to dare. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I once again request Vikram to do the honors. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts on how advanced storage battery technology have evolved over the years. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after that enlightening keynote address, it is now time to call upon a gentleman who definitely needs no introduction here in Telangana, a dynamic personality and a key person who has got Hyderabad on world map, in fact, Telangana on the world map with respect to IT, business, making Hyderabad future-ready city. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to call on stage our chief guest for today, Shri K.T. Rama Rao Garu, Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce, IT, ENC, MANUD, Government of Telangana. So, sir, please, can we have you on stage? If the claps keep rolling? Yes.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Jay, for having us back again. The last time we met was for Amar Raja in Divitipalli, where we broke ground, and this time here we are in Hyderabad doing this really cool thing. Thank you very much for making us, feel special, making us feel invited. To the entire family of Amar Raja, Harsha, Vikram, Rama Devi Garu, and everybody here, and also, of course, Vijay. Thank you. Our Honorable MP, Dr. Ranjit Reddy, our Honorable MLC and former Minister, Dr. Mahinder Reddy. Mr. Sinha, thank you, sir, for joining us. And my Principal Secretary, Jayesh Ranjan, our Special Secretary, Vishnuvardhan Reddy, our Director Electronics, Sujay Karampuri. I congratulate all of you. I congratulate one and all. And I also see a couple of my friends here, Vishnu, Rajiv, everybody else who's part of the Amar Raja family. I welcome all of you. I love the theme. I love the way Jay explained, the evolution of the logo, the evolution and the branding and the thought behind it. Life's all about evolution, of course, and I think each of us strive, each of us endeavor in our daily lives to become better human beings every single day, better version of ourselves every single day. In constant pursuit of excellence, as our Honorable Chief Minister keeps telling us, life's all about pursuit of excellence, life's all about pursuit of, better version of yourself on a day-to-day basis. I'm delighted that Amar Raja, which was founded 37 years ago by Jay and his entire family, his father, the founder chairman. I'm delighted that, Mr. Ramchandra Galla, yourself, have reached a stage in life today where, you can probably sit back a bit, relax and have the young guns, take this brilliant initiative forward. Thank you, Jay, for making this huge investment. It's a huge, it's a huge compliment, actually, in a way, if you ask me, because you have reposed faith in this state, in this city, in the government, in the people, more importantly. And I know that Amara Raja has always been in consonance with the local ecosystem. I think that's what makes you special, your family, your Amara Raja team, so very special. So I'd like to compliment you, congratulate you on setting up the Giga Corridor in my state, in Telangana. The Research and Innovation Center, which is part of the Giga Corridor, is a key milestone in defining India's transition, sir, as you said, from towards sustainable energy and mobility solutions. I also have to share with you, I was here in the GMR Aero City. I don't see many from the Aero City family here. I was here 2 days ago, exactly, 48 hours ago, launching a very unique initiative, a center of excellence in sustainable cooling solutions. A lot of us don't realize the air conditioning that is powering us today here actually generates more heat than it produces cooling. So now the challenge is, of course, to find a solution, create a solution on how to actually make even these refrigeration solutions sustainable. So as we start thinking, as we start building towards many such initiatives, in fact, the Center of Excellence, which has been launched in Aero City the other day, is the first of its kind in India. And I'm sure this is one of the first also in India. So we are very proud that this is being hosted here in Aero City, in Telangana, and hope that Amara Raja, like Mr. Sinha said, will act as a catalyst, not only in your future growth story, but also the story of sustainable mobility in India at large as well. I would also like to recognize the Consul General of Australia, Hilary McKee. Hilary is here somewhere, I think. She left? That's right. We met her for the first time, and I was requesting her that she should start direct flights and make sure that Hyderabad is well connected to Sydney and Australia. I also told her if she wouldn't do it, then we'll surely beat them in cricket every single match we meet them the next time. The lithium-ion gigafactories is still an emerging landscape in India, and focus on research and innovation is essential for success of this emerging technology. As India moves towards accelerating EV adoption, developing a domestic advanced cell supply chain ecosystem is crucial for achieving the country's transition to electric mobility. I believe that sustainable mobility and shared mobility is the future of India, and therefore Amara Raja, I believe, has made the right choice in ensuring that you are investing in a future-ready ecosystem. Amara Raja is paving the way and will play a pivotal role in fostering research and innovation in this sector. This vital center shall play a key role, I hope, in providing access to testing and prototyping facilities to all the stakeholders in the ecosystem and supply chain. Telangana is leading the way in driving India's innovation growth story. The state's network of institutions, innovation institutions, comprising of T-Works, which is India's largest prototyping facility, T-Hub, which is the world's largest tech incubator, RICH, the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, which tries to bring about a collaboration between the academia and the research institutions and the industry, TASK, which is Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, which is ensuring that skilled workforce is readily available for anybody who wants to industrialize in Telangana, TSIC, the Telangana State Innovation Cell, which focuses on capturing young talent at a very early stage, and most importantly, VHub, which nurtures women entrepreneurs. All of these institutions together, propelled and enabled by the government, are leading the innovation ecosystem in Telangana and Hyderabad. Today, Hyderabad has emerged as a preferred destination for setting up research and development, design and engineering facilities. I believe this center that is being done today, Evolve, by Amara Raja's Research and Innovation Center, would further enrich our dynamic innovation ecosystem. India's demand for ACC batteries is projected to be 260 gigawatt hours by 2030. 60% of this domestic demand is expected to be manufactured in India by 2030. Of this, Telangana aims to host about 30 gigawatt hour capacity lithium-ion gigafactories by 2030. Creating a successful domestic ecosystem for battery manufacturing requires government support and planning for both the supply and demand ends of the value chain. And state governments have a key role to play in this. Towards this, our government has launched the Telangana Mobility Valley, first of its kind initiative. And what I envision is that Hyderabad today, some of you may know here, is the vaccine capital of the world. We produce 33% of global vaccines, about 9 billion doses per year. Now, this is a result of Genome Valley that was set up 2 decades ago. And I see something exactly similar happening in the mobility ecosystem with the setup of Telangana Mobility Valley. And I do believe that with Amara betting big on Telangana Mobility Valley, which will comprise of 4 manufacturing clusters to facilitate companies across different segments, including electric vehicles, advanced cell chemistry, batteries, hydrogen fuel cells, component manufacturers, and engineering and research and development, all coming together to improve and to make India a hub for electrification. Zahirabad and Sitarampur have been identified as electric vehicle and component manufacturing clusters. Yankatala in Vikharabad in Ranjit Reddy's parliament segment and in Dr. Mahendra Reddy's segment has been designated as a research and innovation cluster. India's first new energy park with Amar Raja as its anchor has been set up in Divitipalli, and I was just told by Vikram that construction is going on at a brisk pace, and the next time he's going to see me, he said he'll invite me for inauguration of the factory and also to show me some of the products that will be coming out of there. Telangana has a rich ecosystem of companies across the EV and energy storage segment and is already host to a large number of companies, of course, including Amar Raja, Mahindra and Mahindra, Electra, Stellantis, ZF, Hyundai Mobis, Fisker, Advanced Auto Parts, TUB Rainland, Celestial Mobility, Bility Electric, Exicom, Signi, Godi, and Ito Motors, among others. As a state, we have invested in developing supporting industrial infrastructure capable of hosting high-tech manufacturing sectors. We have also undertaken projects such as the world's largest lift irrigation project called as Kaleshwaram and other marquee initiatives aimed at securing the water and power requirement of our industries. Today, I'm also delighted to share with you, in fact, where you're located in Divitipalli. Just yesterday, we got the fabulous news. There are a very important irrigation project called as the Palamuru Rangareddy lift irrigation project has received all environmental clearances, which will take care of millions of new acres of arable land, getting dedicated water reservoirs, and also 10% of the total project's water capacity being allotted for domestic consumption, drinking water that is, and also 10% for industrial consumption, which will allow for this project also to flourish, for the new energy park also to build on already available resources. Ensuring sustainable supply of battery raw materials is also very crucial for building domestic capabilities in the advanced cell chemistry manufacturing ecosystem. Towards this, Government of Telangana has been working to secure the supply of lithium salts as the state looks to build sustainable EV and ESS ecosystem. Probably for the first time in India, Telangana State Mineral Development Corporation has been nominated to enter into direct collaborations for securing access to lithium and other minerals in Latin American countries, along with some local joint venture partners. I don't think any other state in India has dreamed as big, has imagined as big, and has taken this kind of a step forward. I sincerely and wholeheartedly appreciate Amar Raja's contribution towards further strengthening Telangana's EV and ACC ecosystem. And I once again take this opportunity to assure all the stakeholders in the EV and ACC industry of our committed government support. I thank my dear friend Jay Galla, his wife Mrs. Galla, and to the entire family of Amar Raja for being here and for being a partner in the story, in the growth story of our state. Jai Telangana, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now I would also request Mr. Ranjit Reddy Garu and Mr. Mahendra Reddy Garu to please join us on stage. And I request Mr. Jay Galla to do the honors of giving a thank you, a memento to all our guests, our chief guests. But ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for all our guests for doing the honors, taking out their precious time out and being here along with us. Well, of course, a special thank you to Sri K.T. Ramarao Garu for his wonderful and engaging words. Yes, of course, we'll take a few moments to capture this moment. It's wonderful to see their esteemed guests on stage. Yes, of course, we request our family members to join us on stage. They say that behind every successful man, there is a wonderful woman, but I say behind every successful business, there is a supporting family. Request the team members. Okay, Amara Core Grocom team to please join us. Quickly, come on, you should be excited about this moment. Quickly join us on stage. Let us capture this moment. So we call this as probably your extended family. Yes? So, all right, all the development you're seeing, all the go forward is because of this leadership team of Amaraja. So a huge round of applause to the entire leadership brigade who have joined us on stage. So absolute pleasure, sir, for you being amongst us on this occasion. Thank you very much for your precious time. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And now, let us move on to our next key speaker, who's going to join us on stage. The second keynote speaker is Ms. Komal Karir, Associate, Bloomberg NEF, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome her on stage with a huge round of applause? I'll take a few moments over here, ma'am. While you join us on stage, you can join me. It'll be a pleasure. Ms. Karir is a regional analyst covering electric mobility and corporate power procurement sectors at Bloomberg NEF based in New Delhi. Her work focuses on analyzing market trends, policy dynamics, company strategies, and building forecasts to provide strategic insights. Ms. Karir holds an MSc in economics from Terry School of Advanced Studies. So, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. A huge congratulations to the Amara Raja Group. And really, it's an honor to be here on stage today and present to you some of the results from our annual flagship report, the Electric Vehicle Outlook. Now, for a brief background, every year, Bloomberg NEF brings together analysts from across the globe, covering different auto markets. And then we sit together to see what sort of transition can we expect for various vehicle segments and in different markets going from today till 2040. So over the next few minutes, I'm going to be presenting to you the results from this exercise. I want to focus on 2- and 3-wheelers, but before I jump into where we see the market heading in the future, let's first talk about where we are today. So now these figures are as of the end of 2022. Now, when we look at different vehicle segments, really, there's a lot of variation. For instance, for trucks and vans, you see EV share of total sales in 2022 was just 3%. It should be noted that these are just light commercial vehicles. For heavy trucks, the share is even lower at less than 1%. But then as we move forward, as we move towards smaller vehicles, 2- and 3-wheelers, for instance, are leading electrification across the globe. Nearly 50% of all 2- and 3-wheelers that were sold in 2020 throughout the global markets had an electric drivetrain. And they're also leading in terms of the fleet. If you see the numbers at the bottom, 2- and 3-wheeler electric vehicles are amongst the largest fleet across the globe. If you zoom in a bit to see where India is, in 2022, oops, sorry about that. So in 2022, the trends that are observed globally are pretty much similar to what we're seeing in India as well, where volumes are driven by 2- and 3-wheelers with an electric drivetrain. A heartening observation last year was that for the first time, India saw electric vehicle sales surpass the 1 million mark. And really, like I said, the volumes are driven by smaller vehicles, 2- and 3-wheelers, largely because for a lot of sub-segments for these vehicles, the total cost of ownership of an electric model is at par or even cheaper than gasoline-driven models. And within these segments, there's a huge demand coming from high-mileage commercial applications, such as last-mile mobility, home delivery, and e-commerce players. This was where we are today. I want to now focus on where we see the market going forward. Like I said, we try to take a view on how electric vehicles, what sort of market size do we expect of the overall 2-wheeler market, and then within that, what sort of drivetrain adoption can we expect going forward. Let's first look at the overall market. Now, one thing that we expect is that by 2035, global 2-wheeler sales will hit their peak at 107 million vehicles. And after that, they start to taper off to reach 102 million vehicle sales by 2040. As you can see, the red bars is represented by China. It continues to be the largest market till 2040, but really it's India that is driving growth. The purple bars represent India's 2-wheeler market, and of all the markets that we model for, India sees the largest growth rate from 2022 to 2040 at 79%. Digging deeper into drivetrain level adoption, the first thing that I'd like to say is fossil fuel driven 2-wheeler sales will start falling post 2027. In fact, we believe that they never get back to the high of 60 million vehicles that were seen pre-pandemic. And while they do continue to rise till 2027, that 53 million number in 2027 is still much lower than the previous highs that we saw pre-pandemic. Electric 2-wheelers gain steadily. In the near term, we're seeing a lot of policy support here in India and across other emerging as well as developing markets, mostly in the form of subsidies. That, combined with continuously falling battery through this decade, means that a lot of electric 3-wheelers will be cheaper to purchase than gasoline vehicles from today till 2040. In terms of regional dynamics, again, China has the biggest volumes, but really post-2025, in markets outside of China, we see that the total cost of ownership gains as well as upfront cost parity starts to accelerate in markets outside of China, particularly in segment leaders like India and Indonesia. What's happening in India then? So India's short-term electric two-wheeler sales reach 2 million vehicles by 2025. Now, between 2025 and 2030, there's two things of note happening. The first is that ICE two-wheeler sales will peak in 2028 at 20 million units. The reason why they peak is, again, like I said, a fast gain in EV adoption, falling battery costs, more attractive economics of electric models compared to gasoline models will help this transition. The second thing that happens is that by 2030, we see 31% of all two-wheelers that are sold in the country to have an electric drivetrain. Now, I know that this number is quite, it falls short of what the government hopes to achieve by 2030, but that is not something, that's not a negative outcome, because if you look at actual volumes between 2025 and 2030, we see a growth of about 4.5 times. So by 2030, electric two-wheelers sold in India reach about nearly 8.1 million units, which is huge considering where we are today at less than 1 million electric two-wheeler sales. And in terms of fleet, by 2040, given the rapid adoption over the next 15, 17 years, we see that 45% of all two-wheelers on the road will have an electric drivetrain. Moving on to three-wheelers then. Now, three-wheelers is a much smaller market compared to two-wheelers, and therefore we see that the size of the market sort of plateaus. The compound annual growth rate of three-wheelers that are sold globally remains steady at 1% from 2022 to 2040. Again, China is leading in terms of volume, but if you see the trend, sales of three-wheelers in the country sort of peak before 2030. And it's really, again, India, where the growth is majorly happening. Besides India, Indonesia is also contributing to three-wheeler sales, global sales. In terms of electric vehicle sales in the three-wheeler segment, we all know three-wheelers are the fastest segment to electrify. Now, a big reason behind that is the primary purchasers of in fact, for three-wheelers are commercial entities which are more quicker to respond to gains in total cost of ownership compared to private customers. And that's one big factor that's helping sales take off. And we see that this segment will continue to electrify quickly. And therefore, by 2040, almost the entire three-wheelers that are sold across the globe will have an electric drivetrain. And the story is positive for India as well. Like I said, because of the rapid interest from commercial players, due to the benefits on operating costs, electric vehicle sales in this segment are quickly rising. Over the next few years, with rising urbanization rates, for instance, by 2040, the UN forecasts that about 46% of the Indian population will live in urban areas, which means that there will be a commensurate rise in demand for goods and passenger transport. And for last mile mobility in particular, three-wheelers are the primary and the major provider of such services. And therefore, these factors will help electric vehicles reach nearly 100% of all sales in India by 2040. And really, these are amongst the only vehicle segments that also not just meet the government's 2030 electrification target, but they also overshoot it by 8%. So we're saying that 88% of all three-wheelers that are sold in India in 2030 will have an electric drivetrain. I'll quickly wrap it up because we have so many battery makers in the audience today, because Amara Raja is a big player in the market. I'm sure you all are curious as to what is the impact of this rapid transition in the auto sector on the lithium-ion battery demand. Now, globally, what we're seeing is this adoption of electric vehicles, this rapid adoption of electric vehicles will lead the annual lithium-ion battery demand to reach about 3.2 terawatt hours, and about 8% of that comes from 2 and 3-wheelers. Now, I know that 8% number doesn't sound very impressive, but we must remember that that is a global number. These dynamics differ when we talk about country-level results. For instance, for India, the 2030 annual lithium-ion battery demand is 66 gigawatt hours, and 2 and 3-wheelers alone contribute 56% of that demand in 2030. With that, I'll take your leave. Thanks so much for listening in. Thank you, Amara Raja, for giving us the platform to showcase the results of our electric vehicle outlook for the first time. Sure. I'd love to take a couple of questions if anybody has any.
In the first slide, you had shown that overall vehicle sales coming down after 2040. Any particular reason why vehicle sales should come down?
So for two-wheelers, what we see is that beyond a certain income level, once your rising income levels reach a certain point, customers will choose other modes of personal transport, which could include cars, for instance. So if you have more wealth, you'd likely spend it on more comfortable means of personal transport. That's why sales peak globally as well as in India. But India, that peaks comes much, much later at around 2039.
Okay.
I think the gentleman in the front.
Hi, good morning all. I am Umesh Akeli from Controllers Data Centers. I see it's beautiful presentation information which is talking about migration from batteries to lithium ion. So what is the policy to disposal? What is the hazardous components of it? How do we take care while we migrate to, is it fossil fuels are like it's predominantly not harming that much, which we have seen it, but how it is a lithium technology disposal policy?
So for our modeling, the base assumption right now is that we don't expect any new policy or regulations to be enacted in the market. So the modeling basically assumes consumer behavior patterns historical, and then how economics might then compete with internal combustion engine vehicles. Your question on lithium-ion recycling policies, I believe Mr. Jha from the Niti Aayog would be in a much better place to answer that.
Yeah. Okay, very nice presentation and nice futuristic idea about India. But my is I'm IIT Bombay faculty. So my interest is what type of model you use to predict 20 years from now? What are the parameters you fit in that model so that you'll get a near futuristic idea? So what are the model?
So our forecast consists of two time periods. We have a short-term outlook and we have a long-term outlook.
I'm interested to know the what
model
basis.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. So for short-term, what we do is we really track the automaker announcements. Up until now, what have the consumer behavior patterns been shaped up as, if there's any policies in place today. And then we try to estimate the market size over the short term. But over the long term, like I said, our biggest driver of electric vehicle sales is the economics, which in turn is dependent on the battery costs. So Bloomberg NEF conducts an annual battery price survey wherein we collect data from industry stakeholders to understand where the prices are today and what their expectations are a few years going forward. And then we have our proprietary models to then forecast that price from today till 2030, 2035.
We'll discuss.
We'll discuss, yeah.
So there was a question on recycling. So I think I could like to handle that. But incidentally, I'm still Sinha, I'm not Jha.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, sir.
So that hardly makes a difference. So the point is that, there is a regulation initiated by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Wildlife. It is called Battery Waste Management Rules. So it was revised last year. It was brought out all afresh. It does cover lithium ion. In addition to that, there is a lithium ion circularity that is completely taken care of. So you are aware of the circular economy, specific number of 12, 13 sectors in which government is working. So one of them is specific to lithium ion. So in that, Niti Aayog is working on it. So we have created action plan, how it is to be developed, how the recycling is to be initiated. But the point is, it is a very important point, that when you draw lithium, this is possible to get it out of the end-of-life battery, but it has to be of the battery grade. So lithium are used in, say, pharmaceuticals. It can be used in, say, battery, provided they are of the same grade. So if lithium has got mixed with, say, cobalt or nickel, this is just not fit for pharmaceuticals, because they have got carcinogenic implications. But at the same time, if they are, say, they have got cobalt or nickel, but they do not have sodium into it, they have sodium into it, then they are not fit for mobility. So that clarity has to be there. Now more and more companies are getting into the stream on recycling. So that is what I could add.
Excuse me. I'm a battery user in the telecom sector, and we have an ambitious plan now to move over to lithium. While you covered a lot of data on how the market is going to grow, I would like you to throw some light on how the supply chain is also going to grow to meet this kind of requirement 2030.
I believe that's a good seg to Doctor's presentation, because I believe you concentrate on battery supply chain. But so it's a vast topic. Maybe we can take this off stage, this discussion.
All right, thank you.
I'll just intervene there. We have a very interesting lineup of sessions in the afternoon that covers some of the questions being raised about the circularity, afterlife management of batteries, supply chain challenges, and many more. Please stay tuned. We will cover a lot of these subjects with the people who are deeply, deeply engaged into these topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kareer. Can we hear it for her? And I request Harsha to please join us on stage and do the honors. And thank Ms. Kareer for being over here on this occasion. Thank you very much. We'll help you, no problem. Thank you. Well, I would like to thank our audience for questions, and we will have this discussion also in the proceedings. So on that note, let us move on to our next keynote speaker. Our next keynote address for the day, I would request, well, a gentleman who was absolutely the first person to raise his hand for the question. But I think now will be the spotlight on him, where he is going to probably address so many of your questions post his keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as I welcome on stage Professor Sagar Mitra from IIT Bombay. He is going to come and talk more about future of energy storage technology and how India can leapfrog to the front. I'll take a few moments over here. Professor Mitra is currently with the Energy Science and Engineering Department of IIT Bombay. Along with teaching, he also has an IIT B startup company called Voltris Technology and was associated with Niti Aayog for Lithium Circular Economy Subcommittee for making the policy on lithium recycling and providing his inputs for the battery storage roadmap for India. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome on stage Professor Sagar Mitra.
This one? Okay. So any mic or I have to talk here only? Are you having anything? Okay. No, it's okay, fine. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So myself is the faculty at IIT Bombay. So I'll be talking about most of the technical part, not the analysis part. Okay, so I'll start with. So this is forward. No? Okay. Try to see, we are talking about electric mobility and transport is, we are talking about transport which is mainly electric vehicles, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler. So here if you look at it, this plot shows Is okay? Okay. So this plot shows that the vehicle we are talking about requires some kind of power. If you take it this scale, this power and energy. This side is energy, this side is power. So we are already working on this, and this battery which is already powered these vehicles, four-wheeler, along with this four-wheeler, three-wheeler, two-wheeler also there. So now you are trying to put this same battery system for the truck, which is much more heavier, much more bigger in the engine. So what is the change on the battery scale we will have? You will have the same power because you are not changing the scale of power. You are only changing the energy. So if it is used 1 or 2x, this will have a 10x of energy is required. So now question is, this can be translated, whatever battery technology we have, can we have from here to here and is okay with that? So this is the one question first. The second question will be very soon, we'll be having drone-based air taxis. You may know this already, this is in the news. The drone-based air taxis also will ferry the people from one side to other side, and that needs a different type of requirement. You can see the plot, if you plot all these three transports, these two only energy increase, but this also needs even lower than 0.5, like even 1C, this is C rating, even 0.5 C is enough to transport from one sector to other sector. So now the question is, what will be the requirement of this energy for this type of vehicles? So one simulation again, if you look at 6 people, vehicles, that required is around 500 watt-hour per kg of energy in a batteries. So now question is, we are here, let's say 300 to 350 maximum watt-hour per kg of cells, and that required 500 if you want to try this type of new generation of technologies which is going to come. So now the challenge will be how we'll do that. So this is the next task we'll be doing. So today what I'll be showing you some of the possibilities, some of the things we have not done, some of the things required to be done. So that things we'll talk about it. So you know, the battery is a component of two components. One is anode, another is cathode, and in between it is a separator which is separates the electrodes and then electrolyte which actually transport the ions from one side to other side. What is happening right now, we are using graphite as anode. All battery system, whatever you have, from your mobile to laptops, uses the graphite as a anode. And cathode, right now we know India uses NMC and LFP. These are two chemistries, is vastly known by everyone. But this is going to change. And electrolyte is a liquid still, and liquid is the one which is a carbonate based, and that is the main problem right now for the country like us. And then there's the two things again here changing. This format is also known, prismatic, cylindrical, and other one is pouch. The vehicles mainly use cylindrical and pouch right now. Prismatic is also used, but is going to be obsolete very soon. And cell structure, which is another things, maybe the researcher we are doing as advanced level. So what could be the cell structure to increase? Because materials are fixed. We cannot change much materials. Now we have to think about engineering, how to translate that to larger energy cells, larger energy scales. Okay, so these slides I like, and this talks about everything, how it's changing from one side to other side. So if you look at it, the solid, this state of batteries is right now is liquid as electrolyte, and is slowly going to the solid state, but it will take some time. It is around 2030, you may see these batteries are coming in full solid state, but in between these transitions, same polymer-based or gel-based electrolyte is used. So right now, whatever you are talking about, all solid-state batteries are gel-based polymer electrolyte, and the liquid is going to decrease to 0%. Okay, so that your thermal stability, thermal degradation may be issue may be solved. And then anode material right now, graphite and lithium is going to come. Once this is translated with solid state, lithium metal battery will be the prevalent. But right now, many problems are with the metal batteries, lithium metal batteries, and that's the reasons we are not putting into the metals. And working temperature, if you say we are working up to 55 degree, you can work, but after that there is a dangerous things happens. And then 55 to increase, if you have a full solid state with a lithium metal or a silicon as a anode, we can have increase to 150 degrees centigrade. So that's enough for our applications. Energy density right now here, cell level, we can go up to 500. So this is a very, let's say, very futuristic ideas like 500 watt per kg of energy density can be achievable or not. These questions is still everyone is having. And then the requirement is, so right now if you look at it, the energy density is keep on changing, and that is not the change of materials. 2 or 3 materials changed, but after that cell engineering is taking part of this, and then that increases the energy density 182, right now 240, even 270, 280 watt per kg in a same cell, same pack. So that is going on right now. And now we have to see that this can be achieved 400, at least 400, 450 watt per kg can be achieved or not. Okay, so the two concepts, this is the technology I'm talking about, two concepts are there. One concept is called anode-free concept, other one is called million miles battery. Everybody may have heard about it. So anode-free battery, I'll try to explain what is called anode-free batteries. So this is the battery cells, you have a 2 current collector, and this is cathode, and this is anode graphite. So when you make the cell and then start charging, what happens, this cathode, lithium goes out and goes to the anodes, and then that is completed. So anode-free battery is what happens, you remove this anode, graphite you removed it, and do the same operation, which is lithium comes out during the operation of charging, this lithium comes out and stay here, and then forms a lithium metal, very thin lithium metals. So this is concept-wise very good, because I removed all the graphite out of the cell so that I can increase the energy density from the same chemistry. But this concept is good, but when you do a packing, means when you make a real cell, this is not a very good idea to work on it, because you need to give an extra space for this lithium has to deposits. And when even I also tried, even many people tried, it is not the very successful trial was going to happen, is happening. But this is one of the way people are looking at it. Even QuantumScape is saying that they are making anode-free batteries, but still not in a productions. Okay, so next is million miles. So right now what we are using, these all materials are polycrystalline. So if you see this material here in the market is a polycrystalline, and if you change this polycrystalline to single crystals, what you will see, this cracking, the cracking of particles at the higher voltage. I'll give you some examples. That is not happening in this scenario if I use the single crystals. And the single crystals, if I use along with the anode-free concept, this total will give you very high cycle life, like a million miles of cycle life. That's why it is called million mile battery. So these two are concept. Single crystal still you are using. Some of the companies have started using it, but not the anode-free. But anode-free is still in the R&D scale. Okay, so currently what we are using, even India also using, whole world is using. One is NMC chemistry along with graphite, other one is LFP. Many things are there. I am not going to talk about it because India is thinking about LFP is the only things, but you think about higher temperature operation, think about low temperature operations, where LFP is very bad. So if you think about 45-degree operations, if you are not using thermal modulation system or thermal management system, or if you are operating at 5 degrees centigrade with LFP batteries, the behavior is very bad. So again, you will be you will be dependent on the thermal management system to keep it 25 degrees centigrade. There the cycle life is very poor, performance very poor. So there NMC comes in the picture. Okay, so these are some of the list I have put it. So it is very high. Why lithium battery people are using? Because it's one of the highest energy density battery currently available in the market. Long cycle life, pretty long cycle life, 3,000, 5,000 cycle life is easily available. Almost no self-discharge. You cannot believe the self-discharge. If you charge the battery, keep it for 1 month, it will not discharge much. A 0.01% of discharge is happening. That's a best battery system I have seen in my life, which having a less self-life. And then convenient size and shape. I can make it any size, any shape. Right now, blade batteries are is a huge 200 ampere hours battery can be made. So that type of freedom is only happening in the lithium-ion battery because of many reasons. And then shortest charge time. So this is another one I will talk about it. So shortest time, right now it is, let's say we are trying to 15 to 20 minutes timeline, but that needs to be reduced drastically. So this is current scenario, but if you look at the problems, many things which is already I have listed, when you go for a manufacturing, some of the process is still not acceptable. It is going on, but it's not acceptable. As per my opinion, the very lengthy process of electrode processing, and we are using NMP right now, which is again need to be recycled. So that is the problem, the cost problem, environmental problem, and the time problems. So electrolyte weighting, if you put the electrolyte in the system, when you make a big, large scale batteries, electrolyte waiting time is 4 days, 5 days, which is a critical problem when you go for a gigawatt factory, is a critical point. Then formation process, once you use the graphite, you need say formation to this, like a ACI has to be made to stabilize the battery, which is another problem, which is required 7 days. If you see some of the good batteries from Samsung and LG, they form this battery for 7 days. If you reduce the time scale, immediately your stability you may not get. So that is another thing which is a problem for when you go for a gigawatt factory. In terms of land uses, in terms of the specialty, even the formation cycle happens in a certain temperature, even room temperature, lower temperature. So you need to have that huge space with that regulated temperature, and that will kill your space as well as time, your manpower. There is a many safety concern. Right now we already eventually seen that there is a many safety concerns still in lithium-ion battery. It is not from the cell, but many other reasons. And fast charging possibilities and cautions. So these two we'll talk about it anyway in this next few slides. Okay, so we are talking about resourcing. We are trying to do from our group, we are trying to do, if India started doing these things, what are the things is required to be imported and what are the things cannot be, it can be managed inside in country. So we have mapped it. Some of the things we already have. We have iron, we have aluminum, we have cobalt, carbon, manganese, titanium, as well as chromium. These all are battery materials which can be possibly is all are located in these places. And if you look at your factory and if you can extract that minerals, even lithium also right now, this table doesn't have lithiums. So some of the things, some of the chemistry which is trying to get it from these minerals can be possible only importing the lithium source. So, and other than that, if you try to do NMC, again you have to import cobalt, you need to import lithium. Another one is phosphate. Iron phosphate also easy to make it in India because we have phosphate mines in our country. Okay, so when you go for cell manufacturing, what Amara is going to do, So there is a many things is related to the cell manufacturing factory. It's not only the technology, it's also required is recycling technology to be supported. You need to have a huge R&D support to support their system. It is not that you are reproducing what is 15 years old technology and going to run. So this technology, time and space is changing very much. So we need to be incorporated the technology which is coming up, which is already process line, already used. So that needs a huge R&D. I am sure this R&D what is going to propose here is going to do that type of activity so that your gigawatt factory can help out of it. So there is many things we can look at it. Manufacturing is not only technology, it also depends on raw material supply. It also depends on recycling company also need to be added. So this all are together only makes the cell manufacturing. So this need to be looked at it. So I'll give you two examples here. The process for NMC preparation, the process which is required high energy. You see the percentage of energy required for this. This is a NMC 62 graphite cells. And this coating and drying taking huge energy. And then the formation and aging. I already said that formation and aging is 33% of total energy cost is used for this NMC processing. So drying solvent is also the electrode processing is also very highly energy extensive process. And the dry room, anyway dry room is also one. So instead of NMC, if I go with the LMO based, like a lithium manganese oxide or lithium manganese nickel oxides, you see that the value of the energy is coming down drastically. Here you see that the same process is reduced because of manganese, because of no cobalt and nickel. Nickel is again hygroscopic. So this type of chemistry should be looked at in India. You should be looked at it and should do more research on it so that we can have this our like a low cost but the good or competitive battery chemistry for India. Okay, so the two things. So NMC you are choosing. Anyway, NMC is one of my like a best composition I feel that is in a lithium-ion battery has faced. So here we are giving you example. This is actually this plot is taken from the Jeb dance. It's a very nice plot. So what it shows that NMC having a different nickel content. This is 532 which is already obsolete, but this is 811 which is going on right now. And if you go high nickel content, what is showing here, if see in this case, if you are charging up to 4.4, so once you hit this plateau, which is due to the nickel, immediately this volume expansion increases. So, and volume expansion increases means your particle is going to crack. So if you want to have a long range batteries, like a long cycle life batteries, if you want to have a battery of 10,000 cycles, you should always work with a low nickel content and never go up to 4.3 volt. So the few things, if you want to make a batteries, if you are a cell manufacturer, you should work with a very good cathode, very good anode, which is a best quality graphites. Next is you should operate at below 4.2 to have a higher cycle life and don't operate at a high nickel content. Because apart from thermal issues, there is a crystal structure issues which actually breaks the compounds and make it less stable batteries. Okay, so this is the first charging. What is the report? This is a little clumsy or busy slides. If you look at it, all the reports, this plot shows, this one shows the cycles of 800 above, and this is are below 800 cycles. And the combination, this is the target of all the electric vehicle companies, which is they are required of 10 minutes cycle, 10 minutes of charging. And all reports, you can see these all batteries are here. Only LTO is not because it's energy density. This is energy density and this is the time of charging. So we are here right now, we need to go here. Okay, so that needs a huge engineering, not the materials choice. So if you look at this, all materials are listed, all are NMC based, not iron phosphate based. That is another thing you should keep in your mind. So this, whatever research is going on based on NMC, for fast charging, very less for the LFP and graphite. Okay, so this all combination is given. All the things having a similar aerial capacity is not that it is a lab scale, is all our aerial capacity is same like what industry is using right now. Okay, so another things we need to work on it, which is safety. We have maybe little bit of the safety for the cells, but transportation, the battery need to be transported. Let's say Amara is making battery and he has to sell to some other places of part of the country. He has to transport that battery. So that is not there. This policy is not there. Even the standard is not there. We have not made yet. Recycling policy is not there. Anyway, recycling is not started, so policy is not there. So some of the policies need to be worked, even safety for the standard cells. When you go for the different kind of cells, this safety is not there. The standard is not missing. So that means you need to work on it for this. So this is my last slides. We'll talk about all the battery system and what I feel where should be useful. So this, the battery system we have, this currently is using lead acid battery. Amara is well known for the lead acid battery. Nickel metal hydride battery is also very suitable for hybrid electric vehicles. If you look at it, all the Japanese companies, Toyota, Honda, they are using these hybrid vehicles with the nickel metal hydrides. And slowly you are going to the other system. Even lead carbon batteries will be used for three-wheeler purpose. And sodium ion, one good thing is if we can actually operate at high temperature and low temperature, then this can beat LFP. Otherwise, it's very difficult to beat LFP because of the price point and the performance point. Okay, so they have to beat with the high temperature and low temperature. Here only the weak point of LFP has to catch. And then, so what is the prediction is you need to have a combined with the lithium ion battery so that hybridization can be done. So lithium, sodium, that combination may be possible for electric vehicles. Otherwise sodium and battery electric vehicle is very difficult because we are not getting more than 180 or 140 watt per kg. Other one is many high nickel content and LEP also going on silicon carbon is for high energy density batteries. The future is many things are coming, but all are future. It's still not practical. That's why it's future. Is like a solid state with silicon, no lithium. Solid state sodium, lithium sulfur, then sodium metal, all are solid state. You can see that most of the things are solid state, cobalt free cathode, like I already talked about lithium manganese oxides, and then lithium sulfur batteries is like a liquid base. These all are listed, people are working on it, maybe it take another 10 years to come to the picture. Okay, then last slides is from lab. We have a prototype lab where we do many research on the technological side, not the material side. So we try to see how I can increase the energy density with the same material, how to increase the power density with the same materials. And we are also working on form factors, different form factors. We are also working on solid state batteries. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I am here. I forgot to tell you. So any questions?
Check. Sir, it looks like your presentation was quite clear.
Yes. No.
Yeah.
Atarao is here.
No, it wasn't? Oh, was it? We'll have one question. Yes, sir, please.
Sagar is my friend, so I can ask any questions to him. So you are talking one of the futuristic materials which are more relevant to India is LMO, lithium manganese oxide, which is spinel structure, right? So, and it has high voltage also. But the problem still, where it stands in terms of your manganese John Teller issue?
Is not standing. That's why I'm asking to do research.
Yeah, okay. So we're still...
He's not standing because you see the Nishan Leaf was started with these compositions and they failed many times.
Yeah.
Now they transfer to
we also failed many times.
Yeah, but Japan is a country where they look at the resource, not what they can do. So they always look at the resource and try to make the technology fits for them. So why not you look at that way?
Yes.
It is not that we have to do NMC, we have to go to high nickel. Why you have to do that? And this is another way of thinking. I think India is thinking or seeing what others are doing, we have to do. It's not like that.
So there is a lot of fundamental stuff in that one to
it's
stabilize
okay.
that one.
People are working on it. People are working on it. So see nickel, even some of the, like a John Teller you already said, so you can dope some of the material which is prevent the NM like a manganese 3 plus 3 less.
Thank you.
So, but people are working, but still not successful. That's why I'm asking Amara to do the research on it so that it can be successful.
We should. It's a great material.
The team should work on it.
Thank you for your question. I think we'll have a room for one more question. Yes? A couple of questions. We have a room for a couple of questions right there.
All my friends are asking.
With a very bright smile, a gentleman wants to.
Nice presentation. So, my question is like, how much EV manufacturer expect? What could be the like?
Can you have the mic a little? Yes.
Yeah. The partial state of charge cycles or fully deep discharge cycles. What we expect from a EV battery?
I don't expect. I don't believe on fast charge.
No.
They will say 1 minute charging. They don't want to wait.
I mean in terms of cycles.
No, don't leave it to the users. So then things will not work. So right now 15 minutes, even 10 minutes to 15 minutes gap, people are looking at it. So that time we are also fueling the IC engine. So 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes with 80% is, I'm sure that is a good propositions. People are doing it with that, 15 minutes already doing it. And as per my opinion, if you say 120 kilowatt or batteries with the 60 minutes charging, and these once you have a fast charging, obviously you are thinning down the electrode, so your capacity is coming down. So you just compare 120 kilowatt hour pack and 60 kilowatt hour, just half. Here you need 1 hour, here you need 15 minutes. So that within 1 hour you can charge 4 times. So that way also think, so you are not doing any hamper on your journey time or journey distance. So that way if you look at it, 15 minutes, 80% of, I think is okay with that. We can manage that. What is his opinion?
The question is that like how many cycles a customer expect, like is it 10,000 cycle, 5,000 cycle?
You say they will say whole life. So this is the battery business. I'm sure you buy a vehicles, battery you have to buy 2 times in their vehicle life. So that's why battery business are much more profitable compared to the vehicle business.
Because they will be targeting,
but I'm sure they will not be selling any battery for 15 years lifetime. Even I am not going to do that.
Okay, thank you.
So then the business will go out.
We make batteries that last long, really long, sir. Not longer than that.
The
Thank you very much. I think there's an interesting debate that's coming up. Cycle life, fast charge, energy density, safety, availability of materials. What Professor talked and questions that we saw here as a real representation of what's going on in the minds of many people who are deeply engaged in this. Slowly answers are being discovered, but then this is not static answers. The situation being dynamic, we might have to look at new answers as we go along, and that's probably the purpose of Evolve here. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question, sir, and of course for your bright smile too. Can we have one more question? Yes, we'll take that. Can the mic go till there?
Thank you, Professor, for a great presentation. In the presentation, you mentioned about sodium-ion batteries, and they are very much suitable for the tropical environment. Just want to understand, in comparison to NMC, how does sodium-ion, compares at high temperature operating conditions?
No. I didn't say that it's suitable for tropical climate. See, sodium-ion battery currently is directly competing with LFP batteries, right, and which is much, much superior compared to price, compared to the cycle life, compared to the availability, right, where the sodium is actually facing problem. So, but LFP, if you look at the LFP problem is, if you work with 45 degree without any temperature management system, your battery cycle life comes down to 1,000, even 1,500, right, to 5,000 to 5. And go to the 5 degrees centigrade, even below. Even Ladakh, if you try with the LFP, it doesn't work, right, because the performance is very poor. So what I was saying that if sodium can target that high temperature and low temperature operation, then this will be the game changer and it will remove the LFP because of that. That's right, my proposition. So still the signature is not there. That's my...
Okay. Just a follow-up question on that. So the low temperature performance of sodium ion will always be better than LFP. I mean, it's very
supposed to be, but right, there is no evidence yet. is supposed to be.
Okay. Okay.
If these two targets are you are meeting these two targets, sodium will be the changer. They will remove this LFP, but it's hard to remove LFP.
Right. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
All right. Professor, I think the questions are not going to end, especially after your presentation. So, well, let us thank Professor for a wonderful presentation. I humbly request Harsha to do the honors of thanking sir for being over here. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a huge round of applause for Professor Mitra to take us through that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, sir. This is absolutely going to be a very difficult session because it's going to be between you and the lunch, but I'm sure the next presentation will keep you glued to your chairs, for which I would humbly request the Director of Electronics, Telangana Government, Mr. Sujay Karampuri, to please join me on stage for the next presentation revolving around Telangana E-Mobility Valley. Sir, over to you.
Ring Road, which is a bigger ring outside the outer ring road. It's about 340 kilometers ring. Now, people talk of the circles around the Beijing. Hyderabad is one of those cities which is getting those circles. And once this happens, you can imagine what kind of a city we are going to have. And if you see a lot of the parks, electronic parks, or right now where we are inside these rings at this point of time. And the metro recently that we announced, I think you might have heard about it, is going to make it India's largest metro with 415 kilometers. So that's the one which we were just talking about. Today we inaugurated their R&D hub, but a few months ago we inaugurated their lithium-ion cell manufacturing plant. And so this is not the only thing that we are doing. We have a strong focus on electronics, and we have recently inaugurated a manufacturing plant for Foxconn, where they make these hearables out of this place. And we also signed an MOU with their chairman to create many jobs. So this is, in his speech, he described what he witnessed in those 2 days in this state. And he coined the phrase called Telangana Speed. And we are living up to that particular compliment. So this particular unit is the Foxconn plant that is 1 month from the groundbreaking. They have set up plants across the world, in Vietnam and other places, in China. And the same plant heads have come back to tell us that the fastest that they have achieved, what they have achieved in 1 month, is in Telangana. Now, we are not talking of the speed of China, but we are beating the speed of China in this state. Now, to do this, you should have done many things to get there, and that's what we did as a state. We sped up the entire process of how you can do the self-certification, how you can get the approvals and get going. From day one, you are given the land, and that is what has happened. So initially, their target was to finish this plant and make it to commercial production in a year, which was considered very ambitious because the prior experiences suggest that it would take them 2.5 years. And after the speed which they have achieved in the last 2 months and 3 months, now they have revised the plan to say that they may go commercial production in 9 months. So this is what we as a state have achieved. And one of the reasons why we do differently is this. It's called TSI Pass. It's one of the historic and unprecedented law in the country or maybe in the world, wherein we give you the answer to your application in 15 days. And if we don't, on 16th day, by law, your project is deemed to be approved. So we put a legal mandate on ourselves to give you this particular permission in 15 days. And because of this, we have been able to give clearances to 23,000 industrial units in the last 9 years, creating 2.2 million jobs. So this is kind of unprecedented in this country, and that's what we have been able to do. And we have good training and skilling program coming from TASC and many other entities. And we are also home to some of the top schools like IIT Hyderabad, IIIT Hyderabad, NIT Warangal, ISB, and so on, NALSAR. And we are also focused on the future. So one of the things that we know is that we need to move. Of course, we are in the transition period wherein we have to move the bulk of the population, which is based on agriculture, and we have to move it into manufacturing, which is what we are doing. But we need to have our eyes on the future because it's going to be innovation-based economy, and we need to have lots and lots of startups, some of them going to become the next set of giants. And in this regard, we are so serious that we ended up creating world's largest startup incubator, T-Hub, and India's largest prototyping facility, T-Works. Along with that, many other institutions to aid and assist. We work together, and our idea is that out of this ecosystem that we are creating, we are going to get the next set of the giants that are going to fuel the future economy. And because of whatever we do, if you take a look at most of the new investments that have happened in the last 9 years, most of it has come to Hyderabad. So unless you have set up your plant or R&D prior to 2014-15, you might have chosen Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and other cities. But if you came later, after 2015, you invariably ended up being in Hyderabad. That is what has been happening. Amazon's largest campus on the planet, not in Seattle, it's in Hyderabad. Google's second largest in Hyderabad. Microsoft's second largest in Hyderabad. Apple's first R&D in Hyderabad. Micron, Thermo Fisher, Microchip, Oppo, OnePlus, any of these guys who came later, that is after 2014-15, 90% of those investments have come to Hyderabad. The reason is that one look at the city, the infrastructure, your mind is made up. So many people ask, okay, what is the growth path? Where are you going? 3,700 GDP per capita, good, but not good enough. Our eyes are set on transforming this state to make it a $12,000 per capita by 2032, out of which 25% of the contribution is going to come from high-tech manufacturing, with some of the manufacturing such as Amara and many others. And to be able to do that, you need to have many of the infrastructure going, and one of them is water. From being a water-starving state, being called an arid and dry region, that is Telangana, before 2014, we are now the greenest region, probably, with boasting the greenest city. And that transformation happened because of various things that we did on water. We built, in 4 years, world's largest lift irrigation project, completed it, and we are now able to irrigate the lands. And people ask, how do you go about doing these things? And I think what makes us very different as a state is that we take ourselves very seriously. Whenever we say things, we do it. And before we say it, we think twice. And I think Vijay can vouch for that. When we negotiated for his subsidies, I think we negotiated for 2 months. But when we did it, we honor it. So this goes across the board. in the sense that when we say we are going to do the metro, we are going to do the metro. When we say we are going to make that regional ring road, we are going to make the regional ring road. So whatever we have said so far in the last 9 years, somebody can go back and check. Everything that we said, we have done it. And that is the key reason why this state is completely different from most other states in this country. We have laid water pipe, tap water connection to every home in the state, making the state 100% connection to homes. And while doing that, we laid duct to all the villages, and within a year, we are going to become the most broadband penetrated region on the planet. Now, coming to the lakes, we are on a path to restore 46,000 lakes. So, being 24th ranking in paddy production before 2014, we are number 2 in the country. That's the transformation that you have seen in the last 8-9 years. And power, we have one of the most ambitious power generating program in the country with a outlay of 90,000 crores, and we increased our capacity to now reach 18 gigawatt, but we are not stopping there. We are going to go up to 28 gigawatt. We are already the highest per capita energy consumption state in the country. We are going to grow bigger. And why this is very important is because we achieved to become, we want to become the most electrified state in the country in terms of the mobility, and we are already prepared for that with the installed capacity in power. And this power is not just any power, it is one of the highest quality power. We are ranked number 1 in the country in terms of its quality of the power. We score 99.98% in the reliability. So, yeah, see, these are some of the things that we are taking. New energy park in Devitapalli started with Amara Raja, but around Amara Raja, we are going to bring all the partners of Amara Raja. We are going to bring the anode materials, the cathode materials, the separators, the electrolytes, the material processing plants, and so on. And then with our Mobility Valley, we believe that we are going to create the next set of R&D, innovation, manufacturing, testing tracks, so that when it comes to EV and ESS, we would like to be the prime destination in this country. And we are the first guys to create exclusive clusters for EV, ESS, and so on, charging stations. And in this regard, we also brought in the Formula E race, which happened last year. Coming more about those sectors, at Zahirabad, Sitarampur EV, Engineering and Innovation Cluster at Enkatala, which is the Mobility Valley that we're talking about, ESS in Devitapalli, and so on. And in this regard, we are signing up with the ARAI, ICAD, to set up their first center, which is going to do pre-certifications and certifications for the EV. And we are also working with the Government of India to set up a test center for the lithium-ion battery manufacturing, which I think will work towards some of your ecosystem players. So testing labs, pre-certification, plug-and-play infrastructure, and many of the centers of excellence and incubation facilities make our state one of the, I would say, attractive destinations. A lot of companies that you are familiar with, they're already operating or in the process of operating. On 18th August, a week from now, we are going to inaugurate Altmin, which is going to make the cathode active material manufacturing India's first in Telangana. We have a lot of companies in two-wheelers, buses, charging stations, three-wheelers, automotive, R&D, and so on, which you can see here on the screen. We are big on electronics, semiconductor. I will not take too much of the time here. I'll skip. This is important. So when we have set out to do what we set out to do, we have an aim that we would create a minimum of 1.5 million workforce in the electronics and ESS manufacturing by 2032. And to be able to do that, we are now working on a skill generating program, revamping 271 ITIs and polytechnics, so that we will be in a position to create about 1.3 lakh workforce by 2027, 28. So that's, again, recently, I don't know whether you know this, last week we passed a historic law changing, making the labor reforms for the Factories Act, by which the electronics and companies such as you can operate 2 shifts with 8 hours as normal and 12 hours with overtime, with 156 hours of overtime per quarter, so that a factory such as yours can run continuously without ever hitting the limit for 6 days a week and continuously. So this was much needed reform, which we have done as a state. And we talked to each of you to give you some of the best packages possible in terms of the incentives, the land discounts, the reimbursements, and so on. And these are some of the parks that we have across the city landscape. One is in the north, one is in Zahirabad, and many of them are in the south. Actually, the many of them in the south, Divitapalli is off the map, sorry, but we are there on one of the points. But here, if you see those red zones, I have to say that on a daily basis, I keep adding 2 or 3. I think now we have at least 7 more coming, those red dots. So the rate at which we are growing is quite substantive. We make the built-up space and we give it to the companies, for those companies who want to get going. So they say that, you gave me the land, but it takes 6 months to 9 months to get started. Why don't I get started tomorrow so you can actually rent the space? Well, that's pretty much it. I think, thank you very much. And then we are going to do a video. Yeah. And then maybe you can ask me 1 or 2 questions.
All right, that was Mr. Sujay Karampuri. I think it was a wonderful achievements which he has shared with us when it comes to Telangana. But he had an immediate call from the minister, I believe, so he had to rush. But nevertheless, I think we should give a huge round of applause to him as the cameras are capturing our gesture. So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of the first half of the conclave. So, you want to say something? Yes, I've just got the instructions that we have to be back at 2 o'clock from where? From lunch. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch and we would meet you on the other side of the lunch. We are requested to all our guests to please assemble at 2 o'clock in the same hall. Thank you very much. There are wonderful panel discussions waiting for you. So I may say that the real conclave panel discussion is going to start post-lunch. So ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch and we would see you all on the other side of the lunch. Thank you. IESA body, there's a representative over here, and they are thrilled to be here on this occasion, on this conclave. And for which, before I call you on stage, sir, I will humbly request Vijay Anand, sir, to please join me on stage and take away the mic from me.
Thank you. It's been a wonderful progress since morning. Lovely to see such engaged and energetic crowd, and I hope you're enjoying as much as we are enjoying hosting it. I've been to many such conclaves in the past, both in India and outside. None has done it better than IESA in terms of engaging with multi-stakeholders. I had the opportunity to be part of their events, their flagship event, India Energy Storage Week, that happens around May, and a couple of the new initiatives that they have taken. So now I request Rahul to come onto the stage before I call my other colleagues, just to have Rahul acknowledge that we are also putting some effort in this space, calling people together. May I also request Vikram to join us on the stage. Do I see Jagdish around here? If Jagdish is around, please join on the stage. We have Prasad Alam, Ramana Prasad Alam around. We can have Harsha, please. Please join on the stage. Yeah. Jagdish, Prasad, and Niranjan, if you can join on the stage. Niranjan, come over. Okay, we'll get going with this.
Yeah, no, so thank you very much, Vikram, Vijayanand, and the entire team for this wonderful event, as well as the milestone which it signifies. As most of you know, IESA was formed in 2012, and since 2016, we had this dream of driving the domestic manufacturing. So we have had some ups and downs, but I think the momentum which is there right now is very critical, and it's really amazing to see the progress which is being made. And we just from the IESA team, we wanted to congratulate the entire leadership team of Amara Raja for this milestone with a small memento. So would like to hand it over to you. Thank you.
What's interesting is probably Rahul and his team would know at least 20 plus people by first name in Amara Raja.
Of course, a huge round of applause. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it was a perfect start, so thank you very much. And now it is time to start the first panel discussion of the day. And it is going to revolve around India taking global leadership in LEVs, opportunities and challenges. The discussion will focus on light electric mobility solution, India's unique mobility needs, and how India can become a global leader in this field. The discussion will also look at the transformative potential of swapping and leasing for EVs and the critical aspect of charging networks and cell technology for light EVs. Now, on that note, I will take this opportunity to call on stage first our moderator who's going to moderate this panel discussion. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vikram Gaurineni, the Executive Director, Amara Raja Batteries Limited. I will quickly call all the panelists first. We're going to have a small ritual before we begin the panel discussion. That's going to be, we're going to capture the moment first and then move on to the panel discussion. So on that note, I would quickly like to invite our panelists on stage. I would request Mr. Swapnil Jain. Yes, of course, you can give a huge round of applause while they come. Ravin Mirchandani. I hope I got the name right. Mr. Pratik Gupta and Dr. Rahul Valavalkar. I was told that the name has to be said right, so we welcome all our panelists and let us just capture this moment first. Can we have the photographer here? While the photographer is taking the pictures and as they take their seats, I would like to borrow a few more moments to say a few words about our panelists. Mr. Swapnil Jain is the co-founder of Ather Energy and an engineering design graduate from IIT Madras. Mr. Jain, along with Tarun Mehta, conceptualized Ather Energy. Ather has built an entire EV ecosystem in India with a scooter as well as public charging infrastructure. Mr. Jain is an ardent believer in the power of technology and believes in the best innovation happens when multiple technologies work together. So welcome. And now, Mr. Mirchandani, he is the chairperson of Adore Power Tech Limited and has spent his life on the road of many continents, and his passions have ended up him being about the road as well. He believes his job provides him the opportunity to work on both his passions through a focus on lithium and hydrogen mobility for vehicles and technology to change and influence driver behavior on road. So we welcome you, sir. Moving on to Mr. Pratik Gupta. He is the CEO of Gensol Electric Vehicles and has over 19 years of experience building technology, led businesses and product innovation across various industries. In the last 7 years, Mr. Gupta has led the design and development of Gensol EV's personal mobility platform. So welcome to you, sir. Last but of course not the least, Dr. Rahul. Customized Energy Solution. He is the president and MD of SO, which under his leadership has emerged as a thought leader in the areas of energy storage, renewables, demand response, electric vehicles, and a smart grid technology. He founded the India Energy Storage Alliance in 2012. So welcome to all the panelists and over to the moderator. Vikram, over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I know this is the post-lunch session, so we'll try to be as lively and upbeat as possible. I think I'm definitely aided in that effort with quite a stacked panel who I'm very grateful was all agreeing to be here today. We heard the keynote speaker earlier today. I think while we agree with the numbers or not, I'm very happy that it sparked a lot of discussion. In fact, people I've spoken to throughout the day to see what their feelings are on that number, they fall on both sides of the aisle. And I think either way we look at it, whether if you look at the Indian two-wheeler story, Indian three-wheeler story to begin with, I think the penetration of EV is here to stay. It's not really going anywhere, and it's only about, we need to discuss now how fast it's growing, not if it's growing. So I think that's quite clear. And another thing I wanted to kind of tackle with this panel today is when we look at where India stands in terms of EVs. The number of EVs growing in India, of course, it's not cars, so maybe the battery packs are smaller, the ranges traveled are a little bit less. But the fact is, we're actually going to be reaching a point where maybe keeping it like China, India may have more EVs on the road than any other country. And I think we're doing it faster, we're doing it in our own way. And I want to expand the discussion on light electric mobility, looking at light and local electric mobility, not only two and three-wheeler, but even looking at some of the successes we've seen in the battery packs and the four-wheelers being limited to 20, 25 kilowatt hour. So these are just a couple things to get started with. I'd like to go in order of the panelists. Maybe they can give a little bit of their initial insights into this topic that we're tackling. And maybe you can also talk about where you feel, what is the unique challenges, unique opportunities faced in Indian mobility. So we'll start off with Swapnil.
Right. Thanks, Vikram. Yeah, I think obviously in the last 1.5 years, we have seen a huge change in just the perception of electric vehicles itself, from being slow and boring sort of vehicles to really like all the quickest scooters in the market today are like electric scooters. So the fast, futuristic, and like technology packed sort of vehicles. And that's why I was telling to Vikram during the lunch that I don't think the transition is going to happen just because of TCO. The transition to electric mobility is just because of superior products which are going to come out of as part of electric powertrain. There's so much you can do with electric powertrain which you cannot do with a IC engine vehicle. And just that one change makes the products so much better, so much friendly to use that people are going to forget about range anxiety and or total cost of ownership. They're going to just love the product so much that they just want a superior product, right? Like again, generally we are also seeing a trend for people to stop to moving towards more and more premium products. We are seeing that in every segment, maybe appliances, maybe smartphones, apparels, whatever you see movement from people from being completely cost conscious to actually starting to value premium products and something which gives you a better experience. So and I think electric vehicles have as a promise to deliver very high quality user experience, and I believe that just on the back of that, the transition towards electric vehicles will happen. We have our unique set of challenges that unlike China, where most of the electric vehicles were, or at least electric two-wheelers were still continues to be a lot slow and underperforming. That's not going to be true for India. We are going to be needing very high performance premium electric vehicles, and that means that you have to develop new tech altogether. You have to develop a tech which will help with that sort of power levels, which will help with that sort of a thermal performance, which will help with that sort of a reliability, and that's going to be a very different ball game than what the vehicles in China have been about. So I think just the scenario is very, very optimistic, and especially for light electric vehicles, because the absolute delta which you have to pay to purchase an electric two-wheeler versus a electric four-wheeler is very small, and for the small delta you get a very, very powerful experience, and two-wheeler usually people use it for shorter commute for the most part. So I think we'll see a very fast transition towards electric vehicles on the back of better product experience itself.
Thanks, Swapnil. Ravin would like to hand it over to you.
Thanks very much, Vikram. First up, thank you so much for having us here. This is an eminent panel, and it's a privilege to be amongst you on this stage. What you showed us today and your plans for the future are simply breathtaking. Amara Raja has always been the industry leader that has taught the rest of us to dream big and to work hard to achieve that dream. And I think we will all be leaving remembering that Amara Raja dream and challenging ourselves to keep up to your aspirations as well. In terms of the question that you posed to the panel, where are we headed and what is India's journey? You're absolutely right. India is going to do it in its own way. A lot of people have said that in the morning as well today. 150,000 electric cars will be sold on Indian roads this year. And if you look at that number, that's actually higher than the number that was sold in Norway last year. 95% of vehicles sold in Norway in 2022 were electric, and India will have more sold per year. Now, that's a function of population, of course, but the reality is, like Vikram said, I think we will be the second largest EV adopting country in a very short span of time. How is India different? In some ways, we are very different. In some ways, we're not. I think India's learned to dream big, just like Amara Raja. We were stunned 3 years ago when we got our first Indian EV, which was the Tata Nexon. We got the Hyundai Kona and the Tata Nexon the same week. And I have to say, Sunil, our MD, and me had secretly seen the Tata Nexon in the Warwick Manufacturing Group under testing, just opposite the WMG lab, and we saw it in 2017, so we knew it was coming. But when we sat inside the car and drove it in India, it was breathtaking for how much more fun it was than the Hyundai Kona. And of course, the JLR design language had translated into the car. So India, I reckon as a result, what I'm trying to say is will be recognized as a small car global center of competence. And it'll be quite normal in countries that are used to small cars to be driving a small electric four-wheeler that has been made in India. It's good to see that we have finally landed on, in terms of cars and buses and trucks, CCS2 as the design protocol or the charging protocol. It's somewhat surprising to see America vacillate. They went from the CCS1 standard to the Tesla standard recently. I'm glad to see that India, without government intervention, is settling onto what's best for the industry. And that also shows the maturity of the auto industry in India and the fact that we can work it out despite all sorts of confusion within policymakers. Finally, the only comment I'd like to leave everybody with is on the Energizing India podcast, we make DC fast chargers, and there's one in the foyer here that Charge Zone uses. You'll see it when you leave. As part of that effort, we also have a podcast called Energizing India, and Vikram has been on it. And we talk to lots of people who make decisions, protagonists who influence where the industry is going in India. And the one common theme that comes out is people who are buying an ICE vehicle in 2023, 2024. This is the last cycle where they will buy an ICE vehicle. When these cars come for replacement, the natural choice will be EV. And as you said, it's not necessarily going to be about TCO. It's going to be about the fact that there is availability, there is less range anxiety because the charging network will be there, and because the driving experience and the reliability is just a lot better. Thanks.
Thanks, Ravin. I think a lot of good facts, and probably one thing I definitely have to mention. You mentioned the Tata Nano. I think I'm personally thrilled that it's going to see a second life in the electric version. I think we can all agree that the Tata Nano is probably the most ambitious automotive project globally in history. And if they can do it right in the EV sector, it's a really good feeling for all Indians. Pratik, I'd like to hand it over to you.
Hello, everyone. So I'm actually trying to represent two companies. I'll first start with Blue Smart, which is what Vijay got me here for. And just Vijay keeps talking about the impact rather than the size, and just putting some numbers out there, and I'll be reading because I don't want to get them wrong, because the team has worked extremely hard in the last 4 years to achieve these. So Blue Smart is a ride-hailing company which is using EV-only cars, and they are right now at a fleet size of about 5,000 vehicles plying in Delhi and Bangalore. They have done 300 million plus zero emissions kilometers. They have done 8 million rides. Every day they're doing 25,000 rides. That is 30 million units of electricity dispensed and 18,000 tons of carbon emissions saved. So that is the impact factor that, a small fleet in the big ocean, right? A 5,000 fleet is not big by the Indian standards, can make a huge difference. And then bringing that to, the Indian ecosystem, the Indian use cases is where Gensol EV was born. The Gensol EV is in this light electric vehicle platform, bringing a two-door, two-seater car. And when people ask us that, why do you think you'd be launching a two-door, two-seater car in a ride-hailing business, getting onto Blue Smart and other, the simple facts of the industry is 80% of rides done by across the industry are single occupants. And a lot of occupants actually in India sit in the front seat because air conditioning doesn't reach in the back seats in the weathers that we have. So it just makes sense to make a vehicle that is designed for India. Of course, in doing so, when you make a compact car, light electric car, you gain a lot of advantages. You gain, with a small battery pack, you can go 200 plus kilometers. You can have large storage. You can do 40 paise per kilometer. You can bring down the price points down by 40%. And that, in some estimates, show that will quadruple the market space for ride hailing. So we saw the ride hailing market take off pre-COVID, and now it's become, at par with what the numbers were pre-COVID. But the next wave of, increase in that market size will happen with these India-centric kind of a platforms that are coming in. You can fast charge using a slow charger. That's another thing that we keep talking to people about, that using AC chargers, you can charge our cars in 2 hours. These are some of the remarkable things that, you can do when you're a light electric vehicle platform. So we're really excited to bring this to the market along with the Blue Smart team, and and seeing these manufacturing plants being put here in India really makes supply chain much easier, makes things much better from an India strategic point of view. So really excited about the opportunities that we face, but we still have a long way to go. We still have an ecosystem that is still developing in terms of manufacturing in EV, and a lot of other components that have to kind of come together to bring out a car that Indians can be proud of, in all sorts of segments. And then also looking at export, right? As in, traditionally, we haven't looked exports to Europe as something that comes naturally to us. And this is again where we are trying to do our part, in the sense we're looking at exporting to Europe and these kind of markets with our light electric platforms, because the use cases are quite common there. So really excited to what's coming in the next few years for the India, OEM segments.
Thanks, Pratik. And I think you brought up the point about ecosystem build out, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot from the second session, which is built on that. Rahul, I think we're meeting very often, and I think these events are usually, we're sitting on the opposite end, and you're asking the questions, but would like to hear your thoughts today on Indian LEV leadership.
I think the good part about being last on the panel is I can just agree to all the three speakers who said, but again, not on a lighter note, but I think really I believe that it is there. And in fact, I was looking at the numbers which were presented in the earlier session, and I'm convinced that the reality is going to be actually much faster. If you just go back maybe 10 years back, the industry was actually doing 100 km per hour. Today, we are doing 250 km per hour. So the and think about the debate what was happening in India around smartphones. And you had CEOs of Vodafone and Nokia talking about how India just doesn't need it, 3G is sufficient, India will never adopt smartphones. And now if you see again, as the products are ready, as again Pratik mentioned, that they are specifically designing products, looking at the requirement of the Indian customers and tailor-making those products. Overall, I agree with Swapnil that just the technology is superior. So again, there is no reason to try to fight out as oh IC versus this and all the debate about is there enough lithium in the world or other thing. I think ultimately for if we have found out oil to run for last 100+ years and power the IC engine, I think since 1970s we have been talking about running out of oil. I think conversation we are seeing with lithium, we are a long way away from running out of lithium. And unlike fossil fuel industry where you are actually burning the fuel and you have to keep on digging up new, here with electric mobility, you have the ability to completely recycle and have the circularity. So although right now, while we are next maybe 10 to 20 years, we are growing exponentially. So recycling is going to play a very small part of the new vehicle ecosystem. But still, I think recycling overall will keep on playing more role and make the entire e-mobility transition a reality. And right now, I think again, just if you see the number of forwards and in the press, the discussion happening around is the EV charging with coal power plant, is it worse off and other thing. I think that just actually shows that now the conventional industry is little bit now scared and they see writing on the wall. And what I think is happening effort is to try to just delay the transition as much as possible so that the pace goes a little bit slower. But overall, I do feel that more than I think customer side and customer being ready, I think we are now entering a phase where we are going to be supply constrained. And that's where it is really exciting to see the kind of commitment what Amara Group is putting up for the manufacturing, as well as everyone who is here on the panel, the investments what each of you are doing. Because I truly believe that we are now, I think, almost entering a phase where if we have the enough supply, then it's a question about communicating and targeting the right audience. We don't need to go to everyone in the audience and we don't need everyone to purchase an electric vehicle. We are still talking about low single-digit numbers. And there maybe there is more than just waiting for a superior product or a cheaper product. What we need is solutions on financing, the business models and other aspects. And I think we are seeing that part coming together. And with that, I'm actually convinced that the numbers what you saw for 2040, with only 40-45% EV penetration, I think those are going to be way underestimates as per everything what we are looking at, because it is not only about technology or consumer behavior, but it is a ecosystem effect which is going to happen with the business model, financing, and other aspects coming together, and that's where the transition is going to be much faster. That's our hope.
So we had a couple of points I think are really around the fact, in a takeaway what Rahul said, that it's possible that the EV supply is actually lower than the EV demand. As an Indian market, already the demand for EVs is quite high, and it's actually up to many of us in the ecosystem to gear up that supply. I wanted to actually bring it back to Swapnil. What I wanted to understand from you is, as we move beyond at TCO, what are those last hurdles that you still see when you face the Indian customer? What is the last things we need to kind of address before they really go pure EV going forward?
I think in the last couple of years, a lot of the hesitance people had about just the quality of the products and can it be fast or can it not be, and again even things like range anxiety. I think a lot of people are beyond that, right? It was really an anxiety, and now people have realized that it's even a 60-kilometer range vehicle is actually good enough for them for a daily usage, and most people should be actually quite happy with that. I think the last mile which is left on this front is purely on the safety front. I think there is definitely some worry about the safety of electric vehicles, and I think it is going to take some time for people to be completely okay or at least have that faith that okay, maybe one or two incidents might be there, but for more often than not, it is always a better product than ICE. At the same time, I think the next big thing which is left to solve is charging infrastructure, especially home charging. I think with more and more people in the apartment complexes buying, I think that's the next big thing. And I think even OEMs will have to work towards figuring out charging infrastructure solutions for people, making it comfortable for them to buy, to install a charging station at home, or actually how do you work towards like sort of completely making the entire parking lot charging friendly, EV friendly of sorts. So there's some solutions in the market. We are also working actually we have already launched our own solution, which basically any apartment complex can just install like hundreds of those, and you can just, anyone can use any electric vehicle and just charge and pay. So I think these are the last two big things which are left. I think price also, I think most people are fairly comfortable with the price, which everyone earlier thought that it's too expensive and people will not buy it. I think most people are fairly okay with the pricing. Obviously, there is obviously work which will happen over the next few years. A lot more R&D will happen, and prices will keep coming down. But even today, the prices are fairly okay. And as long as people are convinced about the safety of the product and have access to charging infrastructure, I think that's the only last two things to be really solved.
Just before I let you go, actually, I forgot to ask the second part of my question. Of course, you did say that maybe cost is not quite the concern it was earlier, but do you see alternate models like swapping, battery as a service? How do they fit into maybe your plans? And do you think, how does this ecosystem, is it one versus the other?
Definitely not. I think there is a place for both sort of design. It entirely depends on how many kilometers one travels per day. And in some cases also, are you really not able to get a charging infrastructure or are you getting a charging point at home? Definitely for fleet vehicles who travel a lot per day, I think definitely for them, I think swapping is the way to go forward. You cannot have any downtime. You can't wait for the vehicle to charge until maybe super fast charging technologies can actually change that. But probably swapping is a better alternate for them.
Just to jump in, when you talk about swapping, how would, let's say, an Ather vehicle, would it be a battery that you would standardize along with other OEMs, or?
So because we are very focused on personal vehicles, personal mobility, we may not ever venture into a battery swapping sort of a design. You have to do certain compromises when you have to do a battery swapping, when your architecture has to be designed for battery swapping, and that would, while it is beneficial for more running more kilometers, it ends up compromising in some sense on the overall experience of the product. So from the trade-off perspective, we will always be with a fixed battery sort of an architecture, maybe not go into a swapping sort of an architecture.
Thank you. Maybe Ravin, on the same one, I know that Adore being one of the OGs, let's say, in power electronics of India, and you're wearing your Quench shirt today, the Rolls Royce of charger, as you've called it. Where do you kind of see these, charging vis-a-vis swapping, and is it really that much of a challenge to build out a charging network, like some people are suggesting?
Thanks, both very good questions. And for a long time, there was a religious divide of charge versus swap. And, you'd be on a panel like this and there'd be very violent arguments about it. But I tend to agree with you. It's actually use case based. And if your use case is to create a user experience, then you will walk away from swap because your differentiation kind of gets compromised because your architecture has to be very similar if you're going to do swap. So it works really well for last mile, for delivery, for Amazon and things like that. I've seen it work well for buses in China, and I've also seen a truck company in Australia that's retrofitted old Mack ICE trucks and created a battery swap mechanism. I can't say I believe this will be the way the industry goes. I think the industry will go down hydrogen and sodium for long distance and for miles, rather than a swap infrastructure. But in India, in Vietnam, in China, Taiwan, in places where there's a lot of 2- and 3-wheelers, and you have a last mile infrastructure that needs to be put in place, it could be quite interesting. I disagree about price not being an issue. And I'm really happy to hear that Ather's experience is that people are now agnostic to price and more giving more priority to experience. We don't see that in the infrastructure end, where it's really a digital zero-sum game. L1 wins, and that's it. Now, why is it difficult to put out a charging infrastructure? I think some of you might have seen the bad publicity the poor BPCL got with 10,000 chargers being put out, and somebody did a survey and 90% were not working. It's not just them. Around the world, this is the case with fast chargers, because if you're putting in the cheapest network, in the end, you're buying Godrej steel cupboards that are not going to be working, right? And they're very expensive steel cupboards on the side of the road. A fast charger, by necessity, needs love, needs service, needs someone to be available to be able to bring it back in service within the SLA, which in most parts of the world is 4 hours, right? In India, the problem we have is that every system is geared to L1, whether it's the PSU system or the private industry system with the large Indian companies, it's geared towards L1, which means China will win. Because China makes in a week what an Indian factory makes in a year. Perhaps not when compared to Amara, but for the rest of the industry, that's really the case. And that means they have the economies of scale, which means they will always win if you do not have something that is technically verified and just price verified. It will be a challenge for us in India. We're going to have to go through the learning curve. It is the responsibility of the OEMs and the automotive industry to create and help facilitate and foster an industry in India that can keep the network alive, because you're clearly not going to get that kind of support, intellectual property and services from overseas. In terms of just the point that was made about houses all having chargers and where the grid can be able to take it, we've seen different models. We participate in many economies, so we've seen something different in Australia to America, for example. So in Australia, where it's called strata titles, a building with 100 apartments. What we are doing right now is working with companies that are putting in 100 AC chargers for these, but we write the whole dynamic balancing software that manages the load from every apartment, identifying who's using an air conditioner or a boiler, and then managing the total load available to the building, and then dynamically going up and down on how much power each car part gets, right, to make sure that the building is not collapsing the grid. In America, they have very severe demand charge penalties. So most fast charging stations on a highway typically are put in with a battery wall, because the peak shave actually comes from the energy wall rather than the grid, and so you reduce the demand penalties that come off the grid. So I think India will evolve with its own mechanism eventually. I think we will need battery walls, we will need dynamic load balancing software and hardware to manage how much a building demands, and we will create our own jugaad eventually in finding a way where everyone has access to a charge point and it's not collapsing the grid and yet it's reliable.
Just a question for you. When it comes to, I think I absolutely agree with you that as long as we stick with this L1 mentality, we're really you're never incentivized to bring quality to the forefront. But, just wanted to understand, when you talk about the business models around charging, I would just think to myself that if any time I could charge at home, where it's very cheap, versus somebody has to put a margin on charging in public, what have you been seeing? How is that actually working out?
So it depends on the country, and it depends on how the vehicle is used. You're absolutely right. 90% of charging typically is done at home or in the office with an AC slow charge, because you don't need anything else, and it's good for your battery as well. When you're traveling down on a highway, which is your 10% use case, going to Goa or going to Mahabalipuram, that's when you really need to use the fast charger, because you need to pull in to give you a top up of your state of charge, and that's the case in India as well. Most people are using AC charge, and the DC charge really is about distance, and therefore it's in hotels where you might be staying overnight and you need a quick boost. Now, when I say it's different in different countries, let's look at Norway, for example, where we participate in that economy. Most people live in apartments, no access to curbside charging, no access to charging at home. The only place they can charge is in the office. They don't take the car to the office very often because they're going in public transport. But in Norway, everybody loves to go away on the weekend. They want to hike, fish, surf, ski. And so what happens is on the Fridays and the Sundays at the highway charging stations, there's cars backed up 20, 25 deep. They've stopped taking bookings in Norway for fast charging, and quite often there's people fighting because, who was in line first, and I was waiting longer, and it can get quite violent on a weekend and stressful. So in Norway, charge point operators are actually ripping out the AC chargers in shopping malls and changing the first 20 into DC 30 kilowatt fast chargers. The smallest fast charger available is being put into shopping mall car parks, so that when you pull in for a haircut, buying some wine, just getting some milk, you can get a 60 or 70 kilometer boost, which is adequate to take you to the weekend hike and back. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that it will evolve in different ways in different countries, but clearly AC will be the mainstay of your charging at home or charging in the office.
So Prateek, when you're building out your fleet, I know you shared with us that it's you have a taxi fleet. You're also looking at offerings for last mile delivery. This is being a fleet. How have you looked at charging versus swapping? What's the kind of business models that you feel can work out in the long run for you?
Yeah, it's challenging. As in, I think BlueSmart has over 1 million square foot of charging hubs, and it's painstaking building that, getting the transmission lines, getting all the permits and all of that, and on top of it, it's also a big capital outlay. So yeah, as in but there are some models that we've been looking at. We recently saw this Chinese brand called Maple, which is serving, automated battery swapping for cars. And they're running 2,000 vehicles in Shanghai with these container-sized battery swapping systems, which change battery in 3 minutes, and with 20 batteries, they can do about 300 swaps a day. So those are some of the things, but again, the OEMs will have to kind of work with that to be compatible. And so you can do the battery swap for cars with lot of combined effort from the industry, or you could look at solutions which are, of course, basically light electric vehicles is another big advantage is that they charge faster. So you can look at scaling up with a lot of these kind of solutions which require 2-hour charging on AC. But it is a complicated problem, and we'll have to find our own solutions, of course, to keep the BlueSmart fleet running. The hub expansion comes hand in hand with the vehicle numbers that are increasing. And it is a challenge that we are all facing, and it's up to the OEMs to kind of bring out newer solutions and bring more innovation to solve that problem.
And I would think it's doubly challenging for you because uptime is money, right?
Yes.
You can't really afford to have half your fleet charging at any given point of time.
Yeah. I think you can be smart about how you kind of run that, and as cars with more kilometers come on board, like 200 plus kilometers is a good point that the BlueSmart team sees that they can actually find the off hours to charge their battery cars, and that model has been working in the city model. So yeah, it's a combination of getting more cars with higher kilometer ranges will definitely help. But yes, the infrastructure cost is still a big prohibitive to actually scale really fast, because the market demand, even today, BlueSmart cars are not available on Insta rides because there aren't enough cars. But the industry requires more cars, and scaling up is currently bottlenecked with the charging infra.
So I want to bring Rahul in here. Rahul, you work closely with all the government bodies who are putting these policies. We've been seeing, at least hearing that there's going to be a swapping policy coming out, that there's a charging thing. I think government, at least, it seems to be pushing many things at once. I think a lot of things can coexist. But where do you think, at least from the policymakers' side, where do you think they see the logic of battery swapping, where standardization must come in, or whether it'll come in? Last thing I wanted to see if you could address some of Ravin's concerns. In an L1 economy, L1 tendering economy, how do we bring a robust charging network?
Yeah, so both are challenging questions. I think in terms of the policymakers' view, I feel that the biggest challenge which policymakers happens is when they get too many inputs from different people, then it's very easy to get confused. I think when it comes to swapping, again, I really love the way Swapnil talked up with clarity on how Ather is looking at it, because they are looking at focusing on personal mobility and where swapping is not a priority, so they are focusing on fixed vehicle. Whereas the way I see it is sometimes with not necessarily just policymakers, but politicians in general who also influence policies, suddenly swapping is being presented as a silver bullet which is going to take e-mobility to everyone, that people will just buy vehicles without batteries and those vehicles will be cheaper than IC vehicles and they can just go and swap it anywhere. But practically, if you see, most of those users are going to be driving 10, 15, 20 kilometers per day. That means they will swap their batteries for once a week, and there is no swapping service provider who is going to be able to serve that model, right? You cannot pay for upfront for batteries, have 2x additional batteries sitting on standby charge for supplying, and then have someone just keeping that battery on idle in some parking lot. So that just model and business case does not exist. Where we see swapping makes sense is particularly for the people who value time. So where the vehicle downtime, or you have to have then extra vehicles to serve the purpose, there I think swapping makes a lot of sense. And as a ISA, what we have been trying to work on is try to make sure that swapping gets a level playing field, because right now there are a lot of barriers where, be it from the GST point of view or some of the other thing, where just swapping is getting additional penalties for having a swappable solution, which we think is unfair, and that is actually delaying some of the adoption. So what as a ISA through the India Electric Mobility Council we have been trying to work on is focus on those type of aspects, and then go with a very clear pitch to the government on where they need to do. Again, the standardization or interoperability, these are the things which again get talked a lot, and I know there were a lot of efforts put together, but the general feedback what we have got from industry is that is not a priority. Right now there is still scope for innovation. Most of the industry players want that. And again, if you go back to the business model, then you will understand that actually really from the industry side also it's not a requirement. People talk about, oh, cell phones, you can roam on any network with any handset and other thing. But the difference is, if I am going to be paying for a battery which is going to get swapped, then I don't want someone to take that battery, go and swap with someone else and give me some other battery, because the quality or the usage level of the battery, state of health is all going to be very dependent. So as long as I'm doing it within my network, I'll be fine. And there, as long as I have 3 or 4 options for vehicles and I can use that, that should be fine. Because the other challenge which we have been told from OEM side is the homologation. Every time you have to go through the homologation process with a different set of batteries, you have to spend huge amount of money. So there is no OEM who is going to be sitting and try to homologate their vehicle with 10 or 20 different batteries, right? So those are practical issues where I think from policymaker point, I think there is a now realization coming up that we don't need to over-prescribe policy and let the industry evolve and come to that. Now the second question to the L1, it's again a harder question. I think we cannot get away from L1 in India context, but at the same time we can minimize the impact of it if all of us can work together and make sure that the specifications which are going in for those tenders meet the minimum requirement. Because the biggest, I think, assumption is where L1 will not work is if L1 is going a substandard product. But that's the area where I think ISA or other alliances can work together, is that if we can work with the tendering authorities to make sure that there are appropriate technical and performance standards embedded as part of the tender, then I think having a L1 is a fair game. But if that doesn't happen, then that's a challenge. And there also the challenge what we see it is most of the time people do agree on that in a combined forum, but then most of the companies, or maybe at least some companies, go and try to influence the wording to favor their own thing, and then ultimately you end up seeing a khichdi of specifications, which actually ends up negating a lot of efforts which ISA or other similar organizations are putting together. So if again we can address that and we can make sure that there is a minimum good performance standard which is embedded for those tenders, then I think it will improve the chances for quality solutions to get into it. The other aspect is somewhere incorporating the service side of it. Like for example, agency like ESL or CESL, we have to put enough pressure because ultimately they are spending taxpayers' money, right? It's not something they are spending some private money, that they should not be going with just numbers, and they have to have the service part of it, the uptime and other things, those needs to be part of any tender. And that's a part again where we are working with Niti Aayog as well as other like-minded think tanks and policymakers to try to make sure that we'll try to learn from some of the mistakes which have happened and try to improve on that.
Thank you. So just slightly shifting gears, I think another hot topic, it's, we also talk about chemistry, the right choice for India, what's going to work out. I think maybe a laser explanation is because LFP is more cycle life, heat resistant, that should be the solution. Again, wanted to bring it to Swapnil. Is it that, again, chemistry, is that this or that? Where are we going to see interplay? Where are we going to see overlap and coexistence?
I think, and again, this is from how we have also transitioned from purely believing in NMC and then trying to and then figuring out that probably there is a space for both the chemistries together. NMC works really well when you have high performance, high energy density requirements. It obviously it's a lot more proven in many contexts. But again, LFP is a lot more robust chemistry. It has the cost-wise today. It obviously helps to have LFP. It turns out to be fairly cheaper, though the prices are very dynamic, and it might happen that at some point LFP might become expensive than NMC. We never really know. But there is definitely a space for both the chemistries. They have their strengths and weaknesses. Robustness being for LFP and high performance being for NMC. Cost being for LFP, and high power density being for NMC as well. So I think both of them will coexist for different requirements. More cost-conscious requirements will have LFP. More performance-oriented requirements will end up having NMC itself.
And Ravin, just wanted to kind of bring back to something you said. I think this is a very interesting statistic. You're saying that in 23, 24, we'll basically see, like in many families, a last ICE purchase. And I would say, kind of, what do you think, is that possible in India? Do we need to work on anything? Of course, you already mentioned some challenges around setting up charging, but I guess outside of public charge points, what are other kind of solutions and all that you think could be possible? And in fact, I didn't know that you're part of the hydrogen ecosystem until the other day. Wanted to just bring in, we usually see hydrogen being talked about in heavy vehicles, long range. Do you think there's any play here in even this light mobility?
That's a good question, and thank you for that, Vikram. Where do I start? I don't want to go on for hours because it's a subject I'm passionate about. But safe to say this. I think in 10 years, when you drive down to a fuel station, you won't be going you'll be going to a molecule agnostic energy station. You'll be on the last of your petrol cars, so save that Toyota Fortuner if you still drive it. It's not coming out as an electric for a while. But you'll be able to get petrol, diesel, CNG, LNG, LPG, and also battery charge, battery swap, and likely a hydrogen recharge station, right? It'll be one station that does everything. And we will evolve into using a fuel based on our use case. So if you're driving 200 kilometers a day, max, or 200 kilometers a week, in most instances, you'll use a battery electric vehicle. If you're going long and slow, you'd have a choice of sodium ion versus hydrogen. So rickshaws might move to sodium ion because you really don't need that kind of torque when you're driving a rickshaw. The same for some kind of trucking distances, it might be sodium. Taxis, buses, planes, trains would likely want to move to hydrogen. So when you look at, for example, Paris, 40% of the taxi fleet is already hydrogen taxis. You look at London, 60% of the bus fleet is already hydrogen, the same in Hamburg. So you will see that it really depends on your use case. It's not going to be one size fits all. Today you buy a car for your 95% use case. You buy a car for your 60% use case, and then it happens that you also want to have a four-wheel drive to go to the beach once a year, and so you get the Toyota Fortuner. But you will buy for your 95% use case and then rent for the rest as the rental economy becomes available, and so you won't need to make choices as you are doing today. So I think we're changing, we're moving, and we've just got to be comfortable through that process. I see the ICE industry struggles with that because they're used to standardization, everything being the same, don't change anything for 10 years, use the same supplier for everything and keep the part the same. And today we're moving to a very fluid kind of dynamic, and that's the bit that the ICE industry will have to get used to because the energy industry, through the transition, has already moved towards that.
Thank you. So Pratik, we kind of brought in choices of technology for cells, charging. Is this something that you guys are actively looking at, or is it matter for you, or as long as it works, it's good enough for you?
Well, for us, it's a little easier because on a two-wheeler platform, size and weight both come at a huge penalty. When you're in a car format, you are a little bit eased out. So you see most car companies around the world using LFP as a chemistry of choice. Of course, we are all exploring, newer, newer formats, newer chemistries. So we'll have to see, but I 100% agree with Ravin that we all have to be comfortable with this mixed modal kind of operating system. We've seen other industries do it, the phone industry, like he mentioned, the cloud technologies. There are so many different cloud technologies. You adopt what is most suited for your use case, and that's where mobility is also headed. So it will take relearning, unlearning of a lot of things. And when it comes to chemistry, again, in the morning session, we saw that there's so many upcoming technologies, all with different advantages, or some are good in different use cases. So I think it will be like that. And as a OEM, you best you can do is kind of be modular in your design, that you can adopt a different chemistry at a different point. Till 2 years ago, we were NMC only. Now we are NMC and LFP. But we launch with LFP. But again, if there's an opportunity, we should be able to kind of adapt quickly. I think that's the new mantra that I think we all need to be ready for.
Sure. So Rahul, I hate to keep putting you in the hot seat on the policy topic, but I think you can handle it. I think one more thing that, an idea the industry will keep talking about is that, maybe from the policymaker side, they should be more prescriptive about outcomes and less on technology. Just wanted to understand from you, maybe the first time we went for a PLI in ACC was quite stringent. Almost the chemistry was being defined by the battery performance. That was. Do you think going forward that's the effective way, or we should more talk about maybe carbon output should be this much, range should be delivered this much, whatever, outcomes over technology solutions?
So here I'll go with, I think, recommendation what Vijayanand gives. I think whatever government does, it needs to be simplified. So I think the challenge was when the original PLI was getting drafted back in 2018-19, the advice what government had received was that there is a risk that there is a lot of outdated LFP technology from China which will get dumped into India, and India will just become a dumping ground for second-hand manufacturing facilities if there is no performance standards set up. From that point of view, the original design which was done almost actually completely eliminated LFP. So we actually, as a ISA, we went back, we requested certain changes, and then ultimately with policymakers, I think most of the time it is a trade-off, right? So there are certain things, there are different priorities which they are trying to balance, and what we felt was with the framework which came in was something which we could live with. Yes, there were certain boundary cases where certain cells were not being eligible, but this was also done looking at 5 years forward. And there we believe that yes, the technology is evolving, and if we want to be at the leading edge as an industry in India, then we should be able to push, or at least government, if they are not going to be incentivizing every manufacturer in India, if they are giving money, then let that money go towards people who are trying to sort of be on a leading edge rather than just a commodity thing. That was the thinking, and that's where I still stand by. There are, I think many of you may be part of WhatsApp group where I'm the only one who keeps on defending the ACC PLI, but I truly believe that ACC PLI actually has served its purpose. Having seen this entire process since 2016, I believe that without ACC PLI, basically we would be just importing everything and we would not have had any chance of having any manufacturing in India. Whereas now we have gone to a stage where we are looking at domestic manufacturing more than 3 times what PLI is going to be funding. But yeah, in general, I'd love that if there is some of those relaxations can happen. We have given some recommendations to government as ISA based on the feedback which is received from it. But the only caution which I give to people is that if you try to tweak the design too much, then you have a risk of going into a 2 or 3 year cycle for discussion and debate. And already we have seen too many changes. There are most of the key people who are involved in drafting and getting the PLI through the entire cabinet approval and other process no longer are there. So we don't have the kind of backing on the policy making side which was there in 2019, 2021 right now. So I'm always scared of trying to make perfect enemy of good. I think with the current ACC framework, if the most important thing is time. I think we as a country are losing so much time, and what hurts me most is we are just not bothered about the time. Originally, the vision what ISA set was, we wanted to get 20 gigawatt hour manufacturing by 2020. Now, if you can just imagine, if we had not 20, even 10 gigawatt hour manufacturing in India in 2020 when COVID struck, how much money could have poured into India, how much we could have had. In 2017, 18, 19, we had almost all major global players were exploring partnerships in India. Just from India side, we were not ready. So we missed that boat. And by the time in 22 we were ready, the scale at which all the international partners were looking at had changed. And that's why in the ACCPLI, we could not attract that. So my thought process right now at least is ultimately, again, as the ISA, it's a collective decision. But my personal thing is that we need to start valuing time, and rather than waiting for a perfect policy and something that does not exist. Whatever policy we will do, I'm pretty sure in 2 years there will be 100 people who will criticize that. That's something where always it depends on not just what is written on the policy, how industry responds to it, how the implementation happens, and there are so many things to go wrong. But right now as a country, we need to be very laser focused on implementation, scaling up, because we are on verge of becoming obsolete, right? If we don't do it now, we are now talking about 100, 150 gigawatt hour manufacturing in 2030, when global manufacturing is going to be somewhere between 3 to 5,000 gigawatt hour. And we are in top 3 markets. So if we are in top 3 markets and we do not have even 2%, 3% market manufacturing capacity, we are not going to be relevant. So that's where some of these things, I think, let's not worry too much. Whatever we can get support from government, let's take it and move on.
So I think I have to apologize to the audience. We have 15 minutes. I really pushed it to the end. We don't really have time for a Q&A. But I would like to thank all of our panel speakers here today. I think one clear message is that electric is here to stay. We need to basically look at what pace it's going to take. And from OEM, charging, business model, policy shaping, I think we have some heavyweights who've given us a lot of great inputs here today. And I think, yes, it seems to be that today should be a call to arms for all of the different stakeholders gathered here today. The time is now. We have to get moving on this. We shouldn't miss the boat like we've missed so many boats in the past. I think we have the will. I think we have all of the different talents that can absolutely do this, but we need to do it now. So thank you, gentlemen. It's been a wonderful opportunity hosting you, and look forward to doing it more in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. An engaging panel discussion there. So I request Vikram to do the honors and please give a small token of thank you to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let the claps keep rolling. To our esteemed panelists, thank you very much for being a part of our first edition of Evolve Conclave here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And thank you, Vikram, to moderate it so wonderfully. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You can take your seat. So after that engaging panel discussion, let us quickly move on to our second panel discussion, which is going to revolve around evolution of advanced storage battery technologies, value chain in India. The discussion will explore the value chain of advanced storage battery technologies in India, analyzing the domestic supply chain framework and challenges in establishing India as a credible part of the global value chain. Additionally, we will deliberate on the prospects of collaboration between the manufacturers and R&D centers, as well as the management of batteries after their useful life. All right, on that note, let me first invite our moderator, followed by the panelists. And as I have told you, we have a ritual wherein we are going to first capture the moment and then move on to the panel discussion. So, firstly, I would invite Mr. S. Vijay Anand, sir, Energy, Amara Raja Advanced Cell Technologies to join me on stage. Followed by our panelists, I would request Mr. Atul Arya to please join us on stage. along with Mr. Rishabh Jain, Mr. Randhir Singh, and Mr. Nicholas Seban to please join us on stage, gentlemen. As we will capture this moment, I'll take few minutes to throw some light on our panelists. Mr. Atul Arya is the head of Energy Systems Division at Panasonic and is leading the charge to establish Panasonic as a front runner in the energy storage market across India and other emerging nations, with an illustrious career spanning over 28 years. So welcome Mr. Atul Arya there. Mr. Rishabh Jain is the Senior Program Lead at CEW and leads the Council's Technologies for Transition Work Program. His expertise revolves around critical minerals and renewable energy deployment, supply chain and manufacturing. Through his work, he has influenced policy design, reform and adoption. So welcome you, sir. We have with us Mr. Randhir Singh, who is the founder and CEO of 4C Advisors and ex-director Niti Aayog. He is a highly accomplished individual with a background in electrical engineering from NIT and MBA from IIM Calcutta. He has over 12 years of corporate experience. So welcome to you, sir. And of course, we have Mr. Nicholas Seban, the Deputy GM French subsidiary Lead Intelligence. Drawing upon his over 18 years of extensive expertise in the automotive sector, cultivated through affiliates with renowned companies, Mr. Seban has assumed a pivotal role in driving project success through efficient resource allocation. So welcome all the gentlemen and over to you, sir.
Thank you. We had a very engaging session post-lunch. I could see that the seriousness and the depth at which the topic is discussed does create an impression that we are seriously into the game of e-mobility. But then when there is so much of consumer interest in the product from a mobility perspective, moving away from ICE to electric mobility, it needs to be backed up by establishing a supply capability in the market, not just with the vehicles, but what goes into the vehicles, particularly the powertrain components. Since we are talking about advanced energy storage technologies, in the next 50 minutes or so, we would like to explore what are the challenges, what India needs to do to going forward. We have a wonderful panel here. Each one of them have spent a lot of time and deep expertise in understanding this subject, not just from the sidelines, but deep in the arena. They have been part of in their respective organizations involved in helping establish that supply chain capabilities. I remember way back in 2015-16, when at Amara we were trying to engage with the understanding of how do we move ahead from our well-established lead-acid business into the new age technologies. It's a little early in the, evolution of the understanding of the new technologies and e-mobility, energy storage. When Gigafactory was talked about, 3 gigawatt hour was seen as huge, huge. In fact, people said anything less than 3 gigawatt hour is not a gigafactory. But I don't know what's that definition now. Is it at least double digit? If you go to Europe, at least 30 gigawatt hour, anything less is not even considered as a gigafactory. So the scale seemed to have significantly gone up over the last 7-8 years. So we'll see how to explore some of these ideas here. But before I go forward with the panelists here, I thought I'll take some quick check on the audience mood, on what's the thinking going on this particular subject. We have a small interactive engagement here. I would request the audience, can I have the slide? Yes. Please use your smartphones, log into menti.com. I'm sure many of you would have done it in the past. Log into menti.com and use the code there, 26864108. I would encourage the panelists if you want to participate in this also, please. Use the code 26864108. And then once you log in and do that, you will see a set of questions one by one. Not many, simple questions. Shouldn't take a lot of time for you to answer them. The first question, if you have logged in, can you go back and flash that code again, just to make sure everybody has got it? Yeah, 26864108. So if everybody has got the code, I will move on to the first question. The first question, please. So first question is, do you currently own an EV? Doesn't matter which EV it is. Two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler. I'm not too sure whether we own a three-wheeler here personally, but any EV that you currently own. The answer is simple, yes or no. And then once you have done that, you will probably see the second question on the Mentimeter. Can we have the second question here? Whether you own or not, would you consider EV as your next vehicle if you were to make a purchase decision now? Your next purchase decision of a vehicle, would you own an EV? Would you go for an EV? I heard Ravin in the previous session talking about anybody buying a vehicle now will consider EV when they want to buy a next vehicle. But I'm sure many of you would be looking at buying next vehicle in the short term, medium term. So would you go for an EV in your next vehicle? Third question, please. So if you are considering buying an EV, what are your concerns? I think the answers are not yes, no, maybe. This is more like feel free to express yourself in the form of a description of what are your concerns. It could be a word, it could be a two-word phrase. Write down what comes to your mind, top of the mind concern that comes to your mind. What do you consider as your biggest concern if you were to think of buying an EV? Define it in a single word or a simple phrase. And the next question. I think they are still looking for responses perhaps. This requires a bit of a time. And if we are ready, can we move on to the next question, please? Yeah, the next question is, what in your opinion is the biggest challenge to build domestic battery manufacturing capability in India? A little engaging question. Sure, many of you are deeply connected with this question. What do you think is the biggest challenge? There are four options, if I remember correctly. They are not listed here, but you should be able to see four options in the question there. Just choose what you consider. There's a ranking mechanism there. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can rank them. As I said, it's a bit involved question, but I'm sure many of you are equally connected to this question and concerned with this question. If you've done that, I'll move on to the last question, which should be easy to answer or simple to answer. By 2030, how big would be the demand for stationary energy storage market as a percentage of overall demand for battery technologies in the form of gigawatt hour? What do you think would be the percentage of stationary energy storage? I know that's a topic that's not been spent, so attention is not given so far in the deliberations in the panel one. It's more focused around light electric vehicles. But if you were to look at the percentage contribution in the demand, overall pie for batteries, for stationary energy storage, what do you think is that percentage? If all questions are answered and if my support team is ready to flash the answers, we'll take a quick look at what those answers are looking like. Sadhvi, are the answers ready? I know these are the here at the top of our mind, and then before we get to the panel specialist, we'll take a quick look at what the audience has been feeling about these questions. Yep, we have the answers for the first one. 76% of the people do not have, but more importantly, 25% of the people, 9 out of whatever number that has been answered here, seem to answer that they have the EV, which is more than 12%, I guess. 9 out of the total of 85 is a good number to have. 12% penetration in this room. The next one. How many of you would consider EV as the next step? Close to 50% would consider. I assume that those 9 people who already own an EV perhaps have not answered this, but still 50% of the people do consider. If there are any marketing people trying to promote EVs, you can't get a better news than this. 50% of the people in this room are ready to buy an EV. Next answer. Well, this is a word cloud. What's the biggest? Ravin, you can pick from this as to what's the biggest concerns people have. Charging, range, safety, charging infrastructure, price. Those are the 5 things I can read out of this. So it's all about, concerns that people have in considering EV. A large part seem to be charging. Some part of it is related to price, and then safety is also coming to a point of discussion here. We will deliberate a bit about that in the value chain development. The next answer, please. This is the ranking of biggest concerns that would be bothering us in terms of establishing domestic manufacturing capability. The top one is critical mineral supply chain, second is technology access, talent availability, financial risk. Seem to be that somebody read my mind, exactly what I feel about it. And then the last part of the question, which is focused on stationary energy storage. Very interesting. The biggest percentage of people here think that stationary energy storage is close to about 30 to 50%, which is a little more than I would expect. But those numbers are changing frequently. But if I add up 20 to 50%, almost 80% of the people feel that it's going to be more than 20%, but perhaps less than 50%. Not a bad number to target, and hence it deserves equal amount of attention to define what's required to support the growth of stationary energy storage. Thank you very much for responding to that, and I think that sets the mood for this session on what's bothering the audience here. So let me start with Atul. I'm not going by the seating order here. Atul, Panasonic has evolved as one of the early large giga manufacturers around the world, partly due to the partnership that they had with Tesla, and even otherwise what you aim to do in the e-mobility and the energy storage space. How is the Panasonic world outside Tesla, and how are you looking at reaching out to markets, particularly developing markets like India? And we also believe that when we talk to a lot of large cell makers, like Rahul mentioned a little earlier, there's so much of activity happening on Europe and US, where their bandwidth is getting completely absorbed in terms of resources, management, bandwidth, and everything else. So what's the thinking at the large cell manufacturers' end to look at India as an attractive market? And what do you think is the right thing that India should be able to do to get these people into the market?
Thank you, Vijayan, for the question. I will speak for Panasonic and maybe try to attempt to speak on the behalf of large manufacturers, because I think they will think alike in general direction, but may have different strategies. You are absolutely right that the attention is largely on the America and the Europe market. And Panasonic, like Amara Raja or any other company, is a business organization. We go after where we can get the dollar back when we put in some money. And that's the simple explanation. There is a very large market when we talk about US and Europe, and we've heard the numbers. In India we are talking about 20 gigawatt or 50 gigawatt, whereas when you were talking about the numbers in 15-16, when we were setting up this Tesla gigafactory, it was 35 gigawatt in itself, and another one with 40 gigawatt is being set up as we speak and will be open with production next year. And then of course there are other factories. So essentially product or technology will chase where the market is. That's the simple rule, and in that sense, is India not a market? No, that's not the point. India is not large enough market compared to those countries as of today. Is it attractive? Of course, it is attractive because of that we are here and we are talking about how to grow this market, and we are very, very actively engaged in this industry and seeing very clearly a trend. If I were to put it from the perspective of if Tesla is leader in the car market or America is the car hub of the world, then India is going to be a two-wheeler hub of the world, which is the way we have been leading this automotive industry in that sense. So I think it's a very, very exciting time for companies like Panasonic to look at India as a market and really see where we can strategize. The only few challenges which we clearly see is that we've already spoken about it, but I'll try to give you in bullet points. The policy consistency is a big challenge for our country. As we speak, there has been a change in just about 2 months back from FAME to policy coming from a large number to a smaller number. It has impacted the overall sentiment of the buyers, and I think it's the buyers who are going to consume the products. We are all intermediaries, or somewhere we produce something and you will produce something, and eventually there will be other people in the supply chain who will produce. But buyers are the ones, consumers are the ones who are going to drive this industry. And if consumers' sentiment is hit because of these policies, then I don't think this is going to be a good sign for the growth trajectory. But having said that, I think the overall trend is still upwards. It's just the speed which gets challenged. The other challenge which we clearly see is a lot of debate happens about chemistry and technology with, pardon me for saying this, I'm a little candid, but with little understanding. And any chemistry or any battery is trivialized in 2 or 3 jargons. One is dollars per kilowatt hour, without getting into it. Whereas people don't even know whether we are talking about cycles or the upfront cost. What is it? Literally, we speak TCO thousands of the times without really understanding what it means, and we don't apply in our real lives in that sense. And then also in terms of chemistries, we try to trivialize and put LFP versus NMC, and then at the same time people also want to talk about the latest, which is there. So, when I was selling 18650 format, people wanted, no, we want 2170. The moment I say, okay, I can give you 2170, they say, oh, no, you already come with 4680, please come with that. So I think we are chasing a mirage here. We want to pay the lowest price, but the highest technology. So I think in some sense, these are some real challenges of the overall supply chain. And then I was actually surprised to see the results, and I don't concur with that, especially the access to mineral supplies. I think the biggest risk is the financial risk. If someone was to invest here, if he cannot make money, if somebody can make money, I think large companies especially can get hold of the supply chain. We can get hold of the supply chain in US, in Europe, in Japan, in China. We can get it done here. I think the biggest is the financial risk.
Thank you, Atul. I think that's a perspective that we are seeing from a global major. And you touched upon the choice of chemistry and form factor. We'll touch upon that as we go later. Now I want to move on to Randhir. Randhir, you have had a brilliant academic record, spent and then worked in the corporate sector with the people like Daimler and Volkswagen Group before moving on to the government sector in the policy making. I've worked with you closely and never thought that I'll actually sit in the seat asking you some questions. But now that certain amount of policy initiatives have been taken by the government, whether it's Auto PLI followed by FAME and then ACC PLI, there is a talk about government putting together something like 55,000-60,000 crores of money there on the table for people to leverage. In your view, post-policy, what is that the stakeholders would be doing to now realize and get things moving forward to achieve those outcomes that the government policy is built around? What do you think are the priorities for the other stakeholders to now take it forward?
Yes, you are right. In fact, now all the action has actually been shifted towards the other side. That is where a lot of work has to be done now. Policy can be called as an enabler. It should be considered as an enabler, facilitator. It should not be the prime aspect through which the industry moves. it should be the one which is an enabler. And I agree with what Atul said, that the signal should be there that there is a consistency. Nevertheless, in fact, one reason why I'm also now on the other side is because now a lot of action is on this side, where groundwork has to be done. Not only you need to take the benefit out of these policies, incentives and all, but also you need to plan what's the next step from the market perspective. Now consumer is actually accepting what we have seen, the maybe option or the people who actually wants to buy as a second car. This is what the consumer perception has become over the period of last 5 years. This is a positive sign. Now, to transform this into a business opportunity and execute it, that is where the people like you, people like in the EV industry, processing and all, has to work together. The previous session was actually very, very important and interesting, wherein the charging infra is one of the biggest focus. And I must say that right now we are in a very good position, and the scaling up of the charging infra is happening really fast. So the number of chargers which are getting installed with respect to if we just level it with the fleet size, it's very, very high. In fact, we are one of the highest in the world, if you just compare. And we are far away with respect to the second in the same list. So I must say that we are well prepared now to take the lead, but the scale is the one which is going to be a big showstopper for us. It's very late for us to enter into this arena, but it's not too late, wherein we can catch up. The good part is that we have the in-house demand, which will be sufficient enough to scale it up to the level wherein we can compete with the global players. Having said that, in terms of the best battery energy storage, we are going to be one of the biggest in terms of the storage requirements by 2030. May not be the biggest in terms of the EV requirement for the battery storage, but in terms of the best, we will be one of the biggest, because we have a commitment of 500 gigawatts. So minimum 160 gigawatt hour you have to put. You have no option at all. So if we are saying that no 160 we are not going to put, that means you are not going to achieve the 500, which is the hard stand, right? And the way it is moving right now, if somebody is tracking all those 5 commitments, you will see that we are on the right path. In fact, in last 2.5 years, a lot of work has been done towards the best side also. So I must say that from the industry perspective, focus less on what has to be done, what changes are required, tweak this or tweak that, but focus more on now the market is ready. Grab the market as soon as possible with the right product. Of course, it's not the snapshot that you are providing the product and will go on. Now the thing is you have to innovate, completely every 6 months, 10 months, 12 months, year or so. That innovation cycle has to continue. The learning curve has to continue. You were saying that the plant size, gigafactory size, so it was in 2015 to 2019, 2.5 gigawatt hour. That was the average plant size, which increased by 2019 to 2021 to 7, and now it is 12. And I'm sure it will increase further, because now people are, like VW and all, they are like, we want to put only 40 gigawatt, nothing less than that. So definitely the action is on the other side. That is where the people should try to make more benefit out of this. And this is what I'm seeing now. So when I'm being approached by different people to help them, basically what they want to understand from the ICE, now they have seen the EV is the one which is evolving. And they want to enter in all the fields, like cathode active materials, PCAM, CAM, even in the processing side, people want to enter. I think just some time back, there was a discussion about, getting the IRA benefit to the Indian companies. Even at that level, people are now trying to get access. That means some processing, at the raw material level, has to be happen here, and people are interested to do that. On the other side, without even taking the benefit from the government.
Thank you. A lot of points touched on that in terms of what the stakeholders need to do. I, for one, probably believe that I don't think the policy initiatives have reached an end point. There's a lot more work that can be done, particularly on the supply chain aspect of it. Skill building is another area where we really need to do something, but not everything can be left to the government, and there's no stakeholders wait for government to provide the path. It's, like you said, enabler. I want to move on to Nicholas. Nicholas, and thanks for visiting exclusively for this conclave all the way from Paris. You've been deeply involved in the ecosystem around Europe. Not sure how much of visibility you have. A lot of your colleagues from Wuxi Lead have interacted with the Indian customers. But can you throw some light in terms of the capital equipment industry? How is it gearing up for the huge demand that's really coming up from various regions in the world?
Yeah, so thank you for inviting me here. So yeah, you're right. The demand is really huge in the world. So popping up in Europe, popping up in the US, and now also in India. And yeah, to catch this this demand, to be able to supply all this demand, all the actors will need to scale up and to rely on very strong partners in order to be able to supply the correct equipment, correct also workforce in order to scale up the capacity. Because as you said, it's not only to build a gigafactory, but we need to ramp up. We need to be profitable also, because there is a financial risk behind. So building a plant is something which is involving a lot of money, and not reaching the target and the capacity will generate financial risk. So this is the main concern that our customer has today, which is to reach more than 80% OEE, that we call OEE, so which is the efficiency of the line, and for that, as we saw today, the talent will be one of the key factors. The talent recruitment will be one of the key factors to achieve this goal. We have seen, for example, in Europe, that now the market is blooming. We have many gigafactories, so I'm taking care myself of the French and Southern Europe market, and it's really a war today to get the best talent and in order to grow those gigafactories. So some actors are building some schools in order to have their own resources and their own talent. And I think this is also a way, so we have seen earlier today, that India can provide also those talents, and this is, I think, a good step forward for India to catch up on China and Europe.
Thank you. For the benefit of audience, for those who are involved in making investments behind gigafactories, I think one of the biggest challenge in the short term, while you may have money to put behind the investments, getting the right equipment, making the right choice of processes that you work with, getting the right equipment, and be able to run that equipment at a scaled up version is a huge, huge challenge. The talent availability is limited in terms of real experience, and ability to source the talent to get us trained, get the equipment on the ground, and start the production activity is very critical. And I think some support is definitely required from the government to enable getting the technicians into this country and to get those factories set up and run. Now I'll move on to Rishabh. Rishabh, congratulations for that wonderful report that CEW has published way back in February. Randeep said, we are late, but we are not too late. As somebody who is absolutely neutral with no real stakes in the ground of the money that being put, how do you assess where do we stand, India as a country, and do we think we are really late to the party, and are we missing anything significant, and hence has to make some compromises in the way forward?
Thank you, Vijay. And first of all, thank you for the invitation. There are some numbers that we saw in the morning itself, but I'll just maybe reiterate again that by 2032, the lithium-ion manufacturing capacity globally, as of now, is expected to be 8,000 megawatt hours. 8 terawatt hour. 8 terawatt hour. Under the IRA, the US is expecting maybe around 1.2 terawatt hours, and similarly maybe in Europe around 1 terawatt hour. These are, of course, based on the current demand and multiple other things, and people have announced that they'll set up the factories, scale up the factories. And we are in 2023 still talking about 40, 50 gigawatt hours, maybe 100 gigawatt hours by 2030. So all I'm saying is that yes, there is some momentum right now in India, more so because of the COVID-19 crisis and the Russia-Ukraine war, where all of us have realized that even though the world is globalized, every country needs to also figure out how they will secure their energy security. Basically, they need to figure out the energy security. In that manner, I think more than anything else, the focus has been on the indigenization. In that aspect, of course, there's a lot of momentum that we have seen in the last couple of years. Very, very good positive momentum. Maybe some of these things should have happened in the early 2010, somewhere there. But of course, a lot more can be done. One of the biggest positives that exist in India are the demand center, that we will eventually become one of the largest demand centers of renewable energy technologies, solar, wind, and EVs, and of course, battery storage itself. So keeping that long-term view in mind, I would say that we have to be cautiously optimistic. Not say that, okay, we can do and not do, and we should be aware of the shortfalls that exist in India, and some of the issues that you highlighted through Mentimeter, they are very important, and we need to address and see that what are the issues that can be controlled through certain policies, through maybe skilling, or maybe through partnerships within India, but what are also some of the international partnerships that we need to forge, because maybe many things are beyond the Indian government also. So maybe I'll touch upon some of these aspects and talk about one of the issues that was also mentioned, critical minerals, for instance, right? Critical minerals, while we often say that there are only few, lithium, nickel, cobalt, etc., but copper and many others, neodymium, many others, will be equally important for energy transition or maybe for batteries and other technologies. More so, we are seeing there are many of these mines that are owned by a handful of companies, Chinese, non-Chinese, Europeans, Americans, but at the end of the day, they, of course, significant chunk of the processing of these minerals are happening in China. And many of these processes are technologically complex process, which takes decades of expertise, if not less, to really come to a stage where they can be market leaders. I mean, a couple of months ago, there was this announcement by BYD on sodium ion. They said they have 10,000 folks in the R&D team. You cannot have 10,000 just tomorrow or day after, right? It takes maybe a decade of ecosystem, people moving around companies, sharing the learnings to reach 10,000. Because they're also, of course, planning to scale up those facilities. If keeping an eye to 2030, if we have to reach thousands of people who can work in R&D, not even factories, in R&D, to be the market leaders, we need to start from today, not even tomorrow. So I think that is something that we need to be cognizant about, because many of these things take time. Similarly, the average lead time of many of the facilities that are being set up globally for cathode, anode, electrolyte, separators, the lead times vary from 2 to 4 years depending on who's setting it up, at what scale, what are the challenges, local policies. And these are for the people who already are in the system. For someone who would be doing it for the first time, the time will be even higher. So we need to be cognizant about that aspect itself. Once, of course, we are able to get the processed minerals or maybe start processing, then of course the cell manufacturing, which of course thankfully now Amara and many other companies are planning to do it in India. This is on one aspect. The other aspect, I think it's been discussed multiple times, is the skill. And also how do we ensure that some of the relevance courses in colleges, academic institution, labs. And recently when we were doing some piece of work, we realized that within DST, the CSIR labs, there are 10 labs that focus on materials and minerals itself. Within different PSUs under Ministry of Defense, mines, power, etc., they have their own labs that focus on either mining, exploration, things like these. So it's important that those labs come together in some way. It needs to be figured out so that their priorities also align with India's energy security and energy transition priorities. Finally, I would also say that I was just again, while I was sitting there trying to note down, there are around 10 ministries involved in the EV ecosystem and maybe the battery ecosystem. There's not 1, 2, 10 plus different PSUs plus different departments. So it's not easy to navigate, of course, some of these things. But despite all of these, the general sense that we are seeing globally and within India is that there is a need, there's an acknowledgement, and there is a clear focus that we will indigenize. That I think is a very, very important shift to the mindset that was maybe 10, 12 years ago, where we'll always import maybe at a cheaper price. And the parallel can be drawn from solar, where the solar module or solar power prices, the recent PPAs have increased to 2.7, 2.8, where earlier it was 2 rupees. So we are okay with charging 40% extra on basic customs duty in the short term so that the domestic manufacturing comes up. So I think that small hiccup, I think the government is finally okay with, which is a very, very good sign. And similarly, our entry into the Mineral Security Partnership led by US, the lot of discussions in G20. For the first time, there was a paragraph on critical minerals in the G20 outcome document. In Quad, there's so much discussion upon supply chain. Then there's this Indo-Pacific Energy Forum, IPEF, Economic Forum. There's a lot of discussion that is happening. And broadly, the focus is also on the China Plus One strategy, where companies and countries will start looking how do they diversify their procurement. I mean, recently when I was having a chat with another colleague, nothing has changed in the last couple of years that Tesla has now again set up a factory or is planning to start discussions for India. Nothing other than Russia-Ukraine crisis and the COVID-19. So they also know that in the long term, India is an important market and they cannot ignore India. And like Tesla's, there will be, of course, Indian companies that will be set up to strengthen supply chain. So those are some points.
Thank you. Thanks, Rishabh. Quite a few points that you've touched upon that. I want to get back to Randeep now. We've already heard that 6,000, 8,000 gigawatt hour, India is now going to compete on that scale and get to the top 3 countries, at least in the near future. But if you're around 100, 150 gigawatt hour kind of a scale in the next 7 years, we will continue to have certain challenges associated with that. And that's where policy is enabling it. I just want to take a step back here and tell the audience here that again, if we say Atmanirbhar, if we talk about self-reliance, de-risking supply chain and many other things, while we tend to discount lead acid industry in a way, talking about this new age chemistry, but let's take a step back and look at what happened in India over the last 25 years in that sector. I think India today has about 12% of the global manufacturing capacity and market size of lead acid here. And almost 85% of the materials are sourced locally. Dependence on imported material is just about 15%. We're actually a net exporter of batteries to many other countries, means each of the large organizations actually earns dollars than spend dollars. And any other definition that you have under Atmanirbhar, I think lead acid industry has already achieved that in India without necessarily having a policy kind of approach. And more importantly, 99% of lead is recycled and hence it fits perfectly with respect to the circular economy issue. And of course, there are certain improvements need to be done on scrap collection and processing on the lead acid side in Indian context, and they are very doable. But coming to this sector, and there you see that US is with IRA making everybody's eyes light up and then run towards the investments there. Europe is trying to now catch up and see how they make sure Europe doesn't become too unattractive. China has its own approach. Now India has its own PLI or FAME or whatever it is. But how do you compare these aspects and say that, even if you're going to play within that 100, 150 gigawatt hour range, India can really become competitive, that when people like us make cells, the imported cells are not going to be cheaper than what we make here, or we can compete with them effectively thanks to some of the PLI support or incentive support. How do you see this competitiveness of Indian battery ecosystem evolving over the next 7 years?
Question, and let us go back to the journey of what basically Amara has transformed in terms of lead acid and Exide. you rightly pointed out that it was not always that you started with the 100% localization. Over the period of time, it has been built. And the same thing has happened in other parts of the world for the lithium mine also. If you see just the, the supply chain of the Tesla's Nevada factory, almost 90% of the raw materials or the processed raw material comes from the Asia Pacific region alone. And that is available in the public domain. In fact, one of the Harvard researcher has actually published it. It's a Tesla's Nevada factory. They mapped up from the raw material perspective. So what is important now is one thing which you asked about the scale, whether the 140 or 150 gigawatt hour would be sufficient enough to compete at economically basically with the, the terawatt hour of the supply or the manufacturing which will be available in other parts of the world. The one thing which is for sure is all of them are building up this capacity not for them, not for the exports market, but mostly to cater to their needs. IRA has come because they see that it is their need. Our need right now, let's say it's coming out to be 500 or 600 gigawatt hour, but it's going to be ramped up. Similarly, in the same manner, our manufacturing also needs to be ramped up. By the time, let's say 2030, we have, let's say, requirement of around 100, I'm saying not cumulative, the year-wise, 200 gigawatt hour of the requirement, let's say in the year 2030 alone. By that time, we should be ready to cater to that demand with most of the indigenous manufacturing. And I think with that much of requirement getting consumed domestically, we are placed comfortable to compete from the price perspective. Plus, we don't rely on the general practices of manufacturing what other part of the world actually do. We go for the, somebody used in the last, the discussion, the jugaad part. Not only the jugaad part, but what we call the frugal innovation, wherein to do something, what is the best way to do it in the least possible cost. And I'll touch upon one part, which is the recycling and the refurbishing part. Right now, the refurbishing goes in a way wherein less than 10% of the cells which goes for the recycler are refurbished. They are being refurbished and sold in the informal market, but they earn maximum in the refurbished cells. They are earning the maximum. And the cells which are discarded by these OEMs, almost 90% of them are refurbished, 90%. So let's say you are Ola or Ather and you are discarding the cell because in the cell sorting they are not fitting to your battery pack requirement, but when it goes to the recycler, first thing we do is right now, not all of them, let's say 66 are registered. Out of them, let's say only 6 are doing the refurbishing at a very lower scale. But the maximum revenue which they are earning is from the refurbishing. That might be just the 10% of their business right now. But almost all of these people, these 6 I am talking about, are now planning the big part for the refurbishing. They are also focusing on the recycling part also. So from the processed mineral perspective, there is a lot of focus by these recyclers also on this lithium ion cycle. So there is one recycler in India itself whose lithium has already qualified the lithium battery grade, the class 1. It has already been qualified with one of the global battery manufacturer. I'm not sure whether Atul is following that or it's the same company, although I know the name. So that is what the type of development which is happening when we are scaling it up. So I see it's a all-round effort. One is the domestic consumption, for which you need to provide, manufacture domestically with a little bit of localization, which has to be done. Of course, there will always be a dependence on the outside world. You cannot be 100%, fully dependent on what, even for the processing, for the raw material, you have to get it something from outside. Because you also need to compete from the, standard perspective, continuous development perspective. You cannot be, the way he said, Rishabh, 10,000 people in R&D. They must be doing something, right? Let's say we catch up them today, what will happen in the next 6 months? So your dependency on outside world will be there, but how much is the one which is the question? That is something which has to be brought down. But of course, the entire cycle over the period of 5-10 years, if I see the journey, I see we should be in a comfortable position with the pace we are riding. Just 2 years back when ACC wasn't there, I'm not sure how much this ho-halla was there around the ACC manufacturing in India. Similar is the case with the battery swapping. The 2 years back when it has come into the budget and then all these things started, everything was the niche, but now it is mainstream. That's how it takes time for things to come to mainstream. Once they are mainstream, people adapt it, people accept it, then the scaling is very, very fast. And that is where the economics lies.
Yeah, it's good to know that whether you call it jugaad or not, there is an Indian DNA of staying competitive and discovering value, which probably others would not bother about in terms of the recycling or waste management that we would do. I would move to Atul now. Atul, you made a very interesting remark looking at the prioritization of risks, and you said that critical mineral supply perhaps is not the biggest one. Financial risk is perhaps the more bothersome risk. But let me tell you from a perspective of somebody who is trying to set this up with the Indian base, getting the excitement of, as much it was tough to get the large cell manufacturers to be excited about India. I know there are some material suppliers here, so I'm taking it away from them, but it's not that easy to get them excited about partnering with us in the long journey. Well, they are responding pretty well, giving samples for qualification and all of that, but we know that one of the challenges that lies is, till you build that scale, getting priority of supply, scheduling for them, getting the kind of price that would support you to stay competitive is going to be a challenge. And I want to also go to the, something very interesting I read. While sourcing initial supply chain even at a premium is possible, and you're willing to do that to get started, securing that, if I'm not bothered about that, my customer is asking answers on that. When I go to customer, says, show me that you have a secure supply chain. Now for Panasonic, that may not be a problem, but for Amara, it's a problem today. But then there is also this issue they call about molecular tourism, and a very interesting term I heard about it, that cobalt mined in Congo will go to China for refining, and then go to Korea for precursor processing, go to Europe for cell making tomorrow, and then end up somewhere else for the vehicles. So by the time the cobalt molecule or cobalt oxide molecule in Congo ends up in the battery in your vehicle, it would have ended up traveling 50,000-60,000 kilometers around the globe, which is what is called as molecular, which is not justified, because you're creating a huge carbon footprint in the entire supply chain. So how do you think India should address the supply chain issues related to critical minerals? I'm going to take that back to Rishabh after you answer.
So honestly, one thing which is coming out of our discussion just now is that, the term is new, but I think it's been happening, right? And this will continue to happen because we eventually have been living in this globalized world. We may be talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, IRA, etc., but eventually we are dependent on everybody to that extent that, Russia-Ukraine war has shown that, even wheat is not so easily accessible to many of the countries, and we've seen that what is happening. So I think from the food security to the cobalt security, we need to depend. And I think we need to be taking advantage as a country of this particular situation. And, you asked the previous question, will we be competitive when this scale is this? I think, in my opinion, the right question would be, how can we be competitive in this environment? Whether government will support 100 gigawatt or 50 gigawatt, government has its own mind and its own limitations or its own policies because they have to cater to a variety of other sections of the society. But as Indian industry, we need to understand that. Rishabh made a very fantastic point, which has been bothering me also, that, in spite of all this, resource spread across the world and consumer spread across the world, somehow China does it beautifully that everything ends up into China for processing or manufacturing or assembling or something. Is that not something which we should look at, as a country? Why should we be talking about, in this kind of forums, about only ACC PLI, 50 gigawatt or 100 gigawatt? Why shouldn't we be talking about 8 terawatt, if that is the right number, or 5 terawatt or some large number? And why should we not be looking at only the cell assembly? Of course, Amara is leading company in lead acid and would like to get into that. But like I said, eventually we all need to make money as well, to be able to float. And if it means that there is money in copper processing, just to make the foils and supply to Russia, to China, to Japan, to everywhere else. Why should we not do that? And eventually, if we better ourselves and become experts at 1, 2, 3, or 4 components in the whole supply chain, I'm sure, day will come that many investments will flow into India and eventually say that why don't you also assemble? And we've seen those examples, the Indian bicycle industry, Indian two-wheeler industry has really grown to that level that today we are number 1 in these industries and exporting a very large number of bicycles and two-wheelers to the world. I think this is where, and this is a similar story which China has followed. I think China manufactures for the world, not for only China. So why are we talking about manufacturing only for India? I mean, that's where I think the thinking shift has to happen to be able to, secure a variety of those issues, in my opinion.
Thank you, Atul. Before I move to Rishabh, to open the floor for a couple of quick questions from the audience, and then, come back to the panel for closing it out. If there are any quick questions, maybe 2 or 3 of them, the mic is available. Please raise your hand, identify yourself. And if you have a preference on which panel member should answer that question, please state that.
So I think everybody knows India went from top-down approach to bottom, like from cell making to the minerals. But the fundamental thing is we are missing the materials, right? When the policy level, why people are not thinking 4 years or 5 years back, why can't we go with bottom-up approach? Because, India is really good in the processing, right? We have steel industries, we have mines, and all the processing things. Why the thought process is something not put together 5 years back, and everybody is now, biggest challenge is the materials, right? So that's my question. Yeah, thank you.
You have somebody who you want to answer, or I can pick who should answer that? Okay, mic is gone. Rishabh, you want to respond to that?
Okay, so couple of things. Maybe I'll follow on to what Atul said and maybe add to what Mr. Godi had mentioned. So in terms of building for the world, right? And I'll take an example from the solar manufacturing sector. I did touch upon it. So until couple of years ago, we were 10 gigawatts of solar module manufacturing and couple of gigawatt of solar cell manufacturing. There's hardly any facility for wafer, semiconductor, etc. Wafer, polysilicon, etc. And by 2030 now, we are expecting to touch 100 gigawatt of module, and the upscaling that is happening down the stream, and around 40 gigawatt, if we convert tonnage to gigawatt of polysilicon. Now, our demand, even in 2030, maybe around 25-30 gigawatts of solar module, even to meet our current NDC targets. So, of course, we'll be manufacturing for the world. But this has not happened overnight, I would say. There were so many companies who applied for the PLI scheme, but many of those companies were manufacturing solar modules in a competitive environment for more than 10 years. In 2020, when the PLI scheme came up, 2020, 2019, 21, and they've been manufacturing since 2010, 12, they have the experience, maybe understanding of who they will probably buy from, the enough number of people who are there. So it's after 10 years that we are suddenly able to scale up. Similarly, if we have to do similar things in batteries right now, I think this decade is very, very crucial. Of course, there are some steps that are being taken right now by the government, of course, the PLI, and there are other incentives that maybe some state governments are offering. After 2030, the scaling up will be way easier compared to right now. On the materials, I mean, I've had discussions with few policymakers in terms of the materials. They often, and the discussion is also that material manufacturer may ask, where will I get the minerals from? But when you ask the folks who can procure mineral, they'll say, where is the demand? So it's a similar chicken and egg story with EVs and charging stations. Someone needs to take a lead. Ideally, if the private sector companies were not in the best position, maybe our PSU should have done it, or should now do it, to start thinking that can we do the first mover advantage? Can we become that company that is happy to take on that risk or even de-risk the sector so that maybe our learnings can be shared with many other companies, whatever outside. ISRO tried it. I don't know how successful that was after selling the batteries itself, but I'll quickly touch upon. I mean, this in the last couple of years again, there have been a lot of these discussions and policy uncertainty, specifically on these bans, export ban, import ban, tariff, custom tariff. Recently, China banned, US banned sale of semiconductor chips to China. In response, China banned germanium and gallium to US and maybe anywhere. Those minerals, 95 to 98% are in China. They're even used in the defense equipments in US. We have to accept that we are in an interconnected world. We have to work with partners. As much as possible, of course, we need to indigenize because we need jobs. There's economic growth that is important. But I think that's why I'm saying we have to be cautiously optimistic and accept that this is the reality. Changing things will take time. But I mean, on the point that Atul said on the policy uncertainty, I mean, all of us have been in the sector, I think, for a long time, and I don't somehow think that this will any day go off. Not just in India, outside. But thankfully, I would say in India, there is a bipartisan support on sustainability and net zero. So whichever government, either at the national level or at the state level is there, one thing is clear that there will not be any backtracking on our sustainability related commitments. So I think that itself certainty, because UK has taken a step back on their net zero commitments, US did when President Trump was there. Thankfully, I think that will not be there. That itself should be a clear helper even for financiers, manufacturers and other industry folks that India can be their long-term bet in the global scheme of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishabh. Just quickly moving to Nicholas. Nicholas, you must be definitely watching the orders flowing through for capital equipment from various customers across the globe, from India as well. Do you see any convergence or increasing dominance of a particular cell format or a particular chemistry for which you are building equipment for your customers? Is there a trend that you see evolving?
I would say it really depends on the region. In Europe, we see a lot of prismatic cells, mainly prismatic cells, and a bit of pouch cells also. In China, it's both prismatic and cylindrical cells, and in the US, it's mostly cylindrical cells. So it really depends on the region. Regarding the chemistry, I would not know how to answer this honestly, because it's really depending on each cell maker. So it's I do not see any. It's mostly LFP, I would say, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm running out of time and hence need to conclude this now. There's so much more to explore, so much more to discuss. We knew that an hour is not enough, but just to bring in some kind of summarization here. Since morning when Professor Sagar Mitra made a presentation and there was this discussion, what's the right chemistry to go forward and what best suits India. As people who make these decisions on investment, we realize that there are many, many uncertainties that you need to deal with. Demand uncertainty, which sector of the market is likely to take off, what's the right product required for the sector. When you make investment into manufacturing, the fungibility of starting with one type and then move on to another type is very limited in this space. So you got to make those risky decisions. I think those questions are coming up very valid to be addressed. Some of them are getting answered with leap of faith in some times, with proper data back some other times. And I think we have a lot more questions to be answered. I'm very thankful to the panelists for bringing out their perspectives on this. I'm happy we didn't converge on everybody agreeing on something when there's something wrong there. We seem to have continued to look at things in a different perspective, and that will be the case as we go forward. And the reason to conduct a conclave like Evolve is to bring those ideas out and see how much of concurrence is there and how much of diversity is there. Thank you so much to everyone, and thanks to the audience for listening patiently.
Thank you very much for that engaging panel discussion. I request Mr. Vijay Anand to do the honors and acknowledge the presence of our panelists and thank them a token, a memento for you all to remember, and a token of thank you. I would like to thank all our panelists for being over here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Once again, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our third and the last panel discussion of the day. Well, it was quite an interesting sessions from the morning until now, and this is going to be your last chance to grasp, as I say, food to your brain. So make the most out of this last panel discussion. Well, it is going to revolve around future of energy storage technologies and how India can leapfrog to the front. Our experts in the final session will shed light on the future of storage technology with a special focus on advancements in lithium-ion battery chemistries and alternative technologies. Considering India's recent discovery of new lithium reserves, we will also discuss the current status, future outlook, and the policy framework pertaining to lithium-ion and battery storage technology. And to moderate this session, I may please invite on stage Mr. M. Jagadish, CTO, Amara Raja Advanced Cell Technologies, to please join us on stage. And let me take this opportunity and call our esteemed panelists for this discussion. Dr. Tata Narsingha Rao, sir, can we have you on stage, along with Mr. Akshay Singhal, Mr. Vani Dantam, and Mr. Hari Prakash B. Can we have you all on stage, please? Come on, we can give them a huge round of applause. Let us feel all alive. This is the last panel discussion. Special mention to one of our panelists who will be virtually present with us, who is going to be Mr. Thomas Ledger. Even he is going to be with us, yes? We have arrangements. Amazing. I think he can hear us. Let us give a huge round of applause. Yes, thank you. As the ritual says, we'll take the picture. And I'll take a few more moments as this is our last panel discussion. I think I can borrow a few minutes here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a few moments here. Dr. Tata Narsingha Rao is the current director, ARCI. He joined ARCI in 2003 as a senior scientist. In addition, he is also professor in IIT Hyderabad. He is recipient of several awards and honors and has published more than 190 research papers and filed granted more than 20 international and Indian patents. A huge round of applause for him. We have with us Mr. Akshay Singhal, is the founder of CEO of Log9 Materials. He stands to solve the pressing global issue of climate change with the power of nanotechnology and innovation. He has spearheaded Log9 to make it a significant player in the EV battery space. We welcome you, sir. We have with us Mr. Vani Kumar Dantam, is the COO of Next Tech Batteries, is a global executive with 40 plus years of experience in energy and transportation industry. He recently managed to multi-gigawatt lithium-ion battery plant project in India. Welcome, sir. We also have with us Dr. Hari Prakash, who is the CTO of Godi Energy India. He received his doctoral degree in the electrochemistry from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He has 10 patents to his credit and published more than 20 research papers in peer-reviewed international journals. He has about 25 years of experience and in rechargeable battery science and technology. We welcome you, sir. And last but of course not the least, we have Thomas Ledger along with us, principal of FEV Consulting and heads the propulsion system strategies with focus on e-mobility, powertrain, battery technology, business and product strategies. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the last session for the day. I hope you still have the energy to listen to these storage battery technologies. I will take off from, the topic for today is for this session is the future of energy storage technologies and how India can leapfrog to the front. To set the context, I will take off from the slide that Professor Sagar Mitra has given us during the keynote address, wherein he talked about the future of storage technologies, and where he talked about what are the present technologies and what are likely to be in the next 5 years and after 2028. So if you see, you would have seen there that present storage technologies, he's talked about lead acid, lithium ion, and nickel metal hydride. So, which means that the energy, the lead acid, which most people think that it has already spent its life, since it has been the workhorse for the energy storage for the last 150 years. People think that it has already come to the end of the lead acid storage story. But if you see, if we analyze where India stands now on the manufacturing front of lead acid batteries, while the technology is 150 years old, the manufacturing is 70 years old in India, but you can say that even Vijay was mentioning in his in the previous session, saying that we have actually achieved the Atmanirbhar in lead acid industry. It's true. Actually, if you see, the supply chain is fully established in India except for probably one material, that is a separator, AGM type of separator for the VRLA batteries, but otherwise all other materials, they are available in India. The technology is as good as that is available anywhere else in the world. So sometimes we make even a better lead acid technology than some other parts of the world. And this is one industry which is not afraid of China. Price competition from China. So this is one industry which is able to compete with Chinese anywhere else, even in the world. And the last point is, it is 100% recyclable. So if somebody is very, very cautious about green technologies or something like that, it has already achieved. So there are so many good things about lead acid, but today that's not the topic that we'll be discussing about. We'll be talking more on the future applications, the future likely big applications. So the second application, the lead acid is having a big application in the form of SLI batteries for automotive, and then home inverters, especially for Indian market. Then the third big market that has evolved is electric vehicle. So in the electric vehicle, the lithium ion, which is a choice because of its inherent advantages like very high energy density, high power density, reasonably long cycle life, and very high recharge efficiency. So because of these reasons, the lithium is going to probably continue in electric vehicle for a long time to come. But we also need to see, in the poll, in the 4-question or 5-question poll that happened in the second session, we saw that the next big application segment that is likely to come in India is energy storage, ESS application. So now we'll be concentrating more on what is the technology that is more suitable for this, and also how India can actually take lead in the development of these new technologies. So this is the topic that we'll be talking about. And also one other thought I would like to leave. So far, if you see, let's take example of lithium ion itself. there are more than 7,000 patents filed on the lithium technology. And how many does India have? India has just 64, which is less than 1%. I don't think this is what we require as a country, as India. So this is where I say that can we actually look at, that's what we'd like to deliberate here, saying that how India can actually leapfrog in the technology development area. So with this context setting, let me first invite Mr. Thomas from FEB Consulting to say a few words on this future of energy storage technologies and any suggestions if he has for India to leapfrog to the front in the next, say, a decade time. Thomas, over to you.
Okay, thanks a lot for the warm welcome, and hello everybody from Germany. I hope you can hear me fine. I think so. All right. Yeah, so just a few introductory words from my end. I had the pleasure to work with Amara just recently, and I'm very happy and thankful to be invited to open this session. And I will share some insights from FEB about battery technology trends to basically spark the discussion afterwards. Just one or two sentences of who FEB is. FEB is a large group, and we are an engineering service provider, so purely R&D project focused, both in the mobility and the energy sector. And we are covering all types of power and vehicle developments, but of course in the recent years we have a huge focus on battery development. So we're doing this for basically all major OEMs and a lot of major suppliers in the automotive industry globally. We have 7,000 people, more than 7,000 people working with us, and of those, more than 5,000 are engineers. So we are present in basically all the major automotive and energy markets, and especially in India, we have a large and very fast growing team. Myself, I am part of FEB Consulting. This is the management consulting arm of the FEB group, and what we do is basically we combine the deep technology know-how of the FEB group on the back of all those engineering projects we conduct with strategic consulting competence, and this is what I do as a principal here at FEB Consulting as well, with a strong focus on e-mobility projects related to battery technologies and business and product strategies around it. Okay, so what I will do in the following few minutes, and I'm trying to keep it short, I could talk for hours about this exciting topic, is I will share some views on how we see the main trends in the lithium-ion battery technology area, and then maybe what we think follows beyond lithium-ion, and as a third point, some views on how India might move to the forefront of battery technology development. Starting with the first topic, trends in lithium-ion. Generally, we can say there's a huge and significant potential for further improving the existing lithium-ion technology, and that's where currently also a lot of effort and investment goes into to realize those potential improvements. Generally, when we talk about improvements of lithium-ion, we always try to improve either energy or power density or safety or lifetime or costs or sustainability of battery cells. Ideally, of course, we improve all at the same time, but in many cases it's a trade-off. I can either, for example, improve energy density, but that reduces the safety of the cell or increases the cost, so there's always trade-off. Now, if we look at today's chemistries, basically we have on the cathode side, we have NMC and LFP being the major chemistries used in the mobility sector. Now, NMC has high energy density, but some challenges on the safety and lifetime side, whereas LFP is the more robust choice, also lower cost, but has some challenges, especially on the energy density. So these are the two buckets today. But what we think is going to happen in the next years is that as the market increases, we have a higher variety of chemistries because we can afford to have more chemistries and develop more chemistries as there is more applications to serve and a higher volume, so that we will probably see tailor-made cells for a lot of different applications and use cases. Now, for example, if we take NMC, we have NMC today, and basically what we expect is that there will be two paths from the current NMC technology. One is to really further maximize the energy density by further increasing the nickel content. That has some challenges on the safety side, and probably also these will be rather high cost cells, but the top-notch energy density. A different path from current NMC technology is to reduce costs and improve the sustainability, and maybe also a little bit improve the cycle life by eliminating cobalt. So we will see manganese-rich NMC technologies, which will be at the expense of energy density. Now, if we look on the current LFP technology, so there is also basically a variety of paths you can take. Further optimize the LFP, especially on the anode side, to further decrease cost and optimize slightly some of the properties of current cells. But then there's a huge trend to overcome the downside of LFP, which is today the energy density. For example, to slightly change the cathode material, add manganese towards LMFP. So that would improve the energy density, but probably increases a little bit of costs. So what we will see is a large variety, and there is good applications for each of those cathode chemistries. And then, of course, on the anode, there's a lot to be improved as well, increasing silicon content to increase energy density and so on. Now, this is for the chemistries. Then we have the cell design itself. And here there's a lot of improvements ongoing as well, reducing the passive materials to improve cost and energy density, also to optimize the cell design in terms of improving the heat rejection. This is to further increase the power density, for example, to enable fast charging. And last but not least, we have all the production processes. And basically, there's a lot of innovation going towards reducing further the costs in the production processes and also reduce the carbon footprint in production by introducing dry coating, improved welding processes, and so on. So, in a nutshell, there is a lot to be done in the lithium-ion technology space with significant improvement in potential. So what we expect is that lithium-ion in the mobility sector will stay the dominant technology throughout 2030. However, if we look a little bit beyond the, let's say, current lithium-ion technology, there is definitely two major trends to be stated. First of all, solid-state technology, which is still lithium-ion, but with a solid electrolyte. And here there is huge potential for further improvements, especially on the energy density side, also fast charging and high temperature operation with higher and increased safety. The challenges are still quite huge to actually make it work, and lifetime will be a major issue. And even if we overcome these, solid-state batteries are probably more costly, more expensive than compared to current lithium-ion technologies. So what we expect is that there won't be that one silver bullet and that revolutionary step moving to solid-state, but rather this is a part of an evolutionary improvement process, and we do not expect a huge mass production before 2030. That's rather 2030 and afterwards. Now, the second future technology to be mentioned, especially in the context of Indian applications, is sodium-ion. Why is that the case? The advantages of sodium-ion is that we have even lower costs compared to LFP, have a even higher safety, and a potentially very wide operation temperature range, both on the lower and the higher temperature end. The key challenge, of course, compared to current lithium-ion is that sodium-ion has a lower energy density. So the question is, how far can that be improved and then industrialized to go into more and more segments? So overall, what we can say and what we expect on the sodium-ion side is that it is a very interesting technology for, let's say, entry-level and cost-sensitive applications where maybe energy density is not as critical as in some other applications. So, in fact, that is definitely an interesting technology for any stationary applications, as they have been mentioned already, and also in the 2-3-wheeler segment, but even in the passenger car segment, in the entry-level passenger car segment, if energy density can be pushed to its limits, it will become a realistic application and very interesting to see where this goes. We do expect first introductions mostly pushed by the Chinese cell manufacturers soon, and a larger introduction might be happening in the second half of the 2020s. So this is it about, a very rough view on how technologies evolve. When it comes to how can India move to the forefront of all those battery technology developments, I think there is basically 3 pillars. On the first pillar of how to move and be excellent in R&D, in battery R&D, is definitely having a cutting-edge education system to build a large amount of excellent talents. And I think here there's already a long way gone, but that can be improved further and further. And then the second pillar is really when it comes to research, a model of non-competitive research. This is a widely used framework all around in the automotive industry globally, and it's a very successful one. So non-competitive research means that for early stage research, there is a collaborative approach between industry players, academia, and science, where everybody basically chips in talent, know-how, capabilities, and also funding. And the goal is to put in these non-competitive research the industry as a whole and the country first. So putting India and the country first and combining the capabilities of, again, academia, science, and industry and for early stage development. And this can be very effectively subsidized also by the government. For example, introducing a few centralized facilities with labs and maybe even a prototype scale cell production where really tangible results can be created from different entities. Then the question is, and the key element is to transfer that knowledge from academia and science into the industry, going to that third pillar, which is then really the competitive R&D and industrialization, where different industry players work on their own. And also here, of course, the government can accelerate that last cornerstone of an R&D framework through subsidies as it is already planned with the ACC-PLI. So those different elements are really, I think, the cornerstones of how India can set up an ecosystem which enables it to really move to the forefront of better technology. So that's it as a quick introduction, and I hope this will spark a lively discussion now.
Thomas, thank you a lot for those good words. And the 2 things that I have noted on is there's no silver bullet. Of course, there's no silver bullet as far as, there's no one single technology that will address all the applications. We'll deliberate more here on the dais here. And the second one is a good thought about how industry can collaborate on non-competitive research in the early stage development. These are the 2 topics that we have noted down. We'll deliberate more on that. Thank you once again for joining from Germany. And now coming back to the dignitaries on the dais, now may I ask Professor Tatarao Garu, see, you and your team has been doing a lot of research work on materials and material science. So from that perspective, that is material availability, material research perspective, what do you think are the future technologies that are likely to come up in general? And also, what are those future technologies which will be very specific to the energy storage sector? If you can just throw some light on that.
Yeah, is right. Thank you, Jagdish Garu. And first of all, let me thank Amara for giving this opportunity to share the dais with all the experts. So the question what you asked is quite relevant to my background. First of all, let me just give a couple of statements what we do and then how we work, so that will be directly linking to your question, and part of the answer will be in that itself. So we at ARSA, being a government institute, we do the translational material research. We start with very fundamental stuff of whether it's a process innovation or a product innovation. Mostly it is process innovation because there are a bunch of materials, especially two materials, NMC and LFP. They are ruling the lithium-ion battery chemistry. So we focus on these two materials, but to get the innovation, process innovation. Otherwise, you cannot give the technology to any company. So one of them key success of our material, lithium iron phosphate, where we do the process innovation, we do the went to the global intellectual property rights. We got it granted. Now, just to tell you, on 18th of this month, we're going to inaugurate our 50 kg pilot facility where the technology receiver is setting up on our campus, on our incubator, where he'll be producing, and then probably if tomorrow Amara set up the plant, and if they want the tons of LFP, they are focusing on LFP, and you need to have a localized supplier, and then this will be the first one. So that is the background of how we work. And following that, NMC we are working on LTO. We already have fully matured technology with global patenting. If someone tomorrow starts like Log9 and already they're Log9, and then the supply chain problems will not be there, and the same company is going to set up another facility to mass produce this one. Now, what is not discussed so far, and what may not be discussed by others also, because I was traveling last 1.5 hours with Mr. Sinha, who is the advisor to Niti Aayog, and then we were sharing some thoughts. So first thing is, people are talking about lithium mines are there in the country, like Kashmir and Madhya Pradesh. And having lithium mines, it doesn't mean that we have lithium here. And you need to have the extraction technology of lithium, whether it's a brine, mostly in India it is a rock, pseudomine type, and then you hardly have few percent of the lithium, and then extraction of the lithium in the form of lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide with high purity that is suitable and be qualified for a lithium battery what you make, and that is a big challenge. So just don't get away with the statement that we have lithium so we can do nothing. It's not so easy. So in India that technology is not matured. There's not even, some institutes are working. So what we are doing is I'm also an exempt faculty in IIT Hyderabad for the metallurgy materials division. So we are starting a small group where you start from the rock to the lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide with the quality of a battery grade and test at our institute where we can go up to the device level and see whether it is meeting the benchmark property of an imported one. So that is what is the need of the hour for you to take the present lithium-ion technology way forward. Otherwise, we still, even we have the supply chain problems are solved by Altman, what is going to set up on our inaugurate on 18th. Still, they have to import lithium carbonate. Maybe they have access to Bolivia, Argentina, or Brazil. But still, the problem is that we still depend on imports. And lithium prices are rocking and they fluctuate time to time. And another one is we keep talking about lithium recycling, and that is very important for India because exactly, I think Amara is the right example where they have succeeded to do, I think, 80 to 90% cycling of lead. So I think we have to start, while you set up the plant, we have to start thinking of the recycling from the day one. And we do have, in the previous panel, someone was telling that we have a recycling company who has got almost battery qualified lithium carbonate or hydroxide form and which is qualified. So it is true probably, but it's not so easy because are you setting the cost on par with what you make in India, the recycled one? Because recycling is a long process. If you see the recycling steps, they're not simple. So, or in another case, what I had from Sinaji that They they recycle the lithium to some extent, not very high pure or battery grade, and you export. And then there they have the technology somewhere where they're refining technology and bring it back at 2x, 3x or 4x cost. So always we miss the gap of the top few percent, which makes the difference from the global competitiveness, and that has to be built. That will be built in the R&D, because the challenge here is that also that how to make the manpower building and skill development and the excellence of the students itself so that they can fill these gaps. So these are some of the challenges we have to do. And the other one already, Sagar Mitra, my friend, he showed one slide, what are the futuristic ones. And some of the things what I feel is that in the lithium category, lithium manganese oxide is the best one because you don't have cobalt and manganese available in India. But the problem is you have to again play with the science to stabilize the manganese into that so that it doesn't leach out due to John-Tell distortion. That is one challenge. And another one is lithium sulfur batteries, which is the best material for high energy applications, even for the aviation industry for the future to come. But the challenges are crossing of the polysulfides across, and then people have been, even we have a lot of publication, and one of the students, my students working with Amara, he worked actually his thesis on lithium sulfur. But what is possible is now my previous speaker is talking about solid electrolytes. I think solid electrolytes makes big sense for lithium sulfur batteries because once you have the solid, there is no crossover of the polysulfides. But it's not so easy. Whoever talks about lithium solid electrolytes, solid electrolyte should be as thin as possible, your electrolyte, so that the diffusion lengths will come down, and as dense as possible so that you don't have the scattering of lithium. So these are the two challenges, again, connected to the basic fundamental stuff. So one I said LMFO, and then second recycling, and third lithium sulfur batteries with the solid alkaline. And these are things. And sodium ion, of course, is already reached. You have Faradion, Reliance company, the UK company Reliance bought it, and CATL, who is supplying to BYD. These are all available on par with LFP. Of course, as Sagar Mitra said, that temperature sensitivity has to improve. But today, we are at the stage of LFP, which can be used for three-wheelers and two-wheelers without any hesitations. So we have to really work on a leapfrog scale to get into the sodium ion battery, and then that makes sense for India, as my previous panel said. I think with this, I'll stop because other experts are there who can talk better about the other things. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor. So I'll quickly get on to Akshay. Akshay, you have been one of the pioneers in working on graphene materials and working on AFC, aluminum fuel cells, LTO, LFP, those things. So since you have so much wide variety of working on different materials, different chemistries, and different technologies, so what's your take on the future of this energy storage technology, both in terms of electric vehicle and also for the energy storage application, which people believe that will be the biggest application going forward?
Right. No, thanks, Vijay. Thanks for bringing me on this panel. So I think one of the key challenges when we look at it in the Indian ecosystem is the lack of fearless research or the ability to do fearless R&D in the Indian ecosystem. That's the reason we always play a catch-up game across multiple technologies, and we always say that, okay, we are late to the party and now we have to be dependent on some other country or for supply chain or for the technology or for the materials or the talent. Right? And I think that's one approach that Log9 has taken, is that when it in our analysis, when something seems relevant and something seems that we should be going ahead and developing the technology, we have developed that. And we are not feared by that, okay, if we have to kind of leave some development behind. One thing that we've always seen is that whatever research we do, whatever development we do, it will help us improve something further, better tomorrow in a new technology domain that we're going forward with. So research never goes to waste. Either it leads to talent development, either it leads to some technology developed over here or process developed here being utilized in technologies going forward that might come in. Now, so that's the approach of research and R&D that we at least have taken. Talking about what technologies would be relevant or not relevant, I think one of the key things in the Indian ecosystem is cost, right? And the way we define cost in the battery domain is dollar per kilowatt hour. I would extend that equation further to take it to dollar per kilowatt hour per year, right? Which includes the whole aspect of time to this equation, in the sense of the cost of time for a consumer using the vehicle or using that battery asset, whether it's in the form of charging time or anything like that, and the lifespan of that technology going out in the market. How long can the technology really live? And because life will also have an impact of what is the real dollar per kilowatt hour, because how many kilowatt hours can you really process with the technology? So if you look at this equation, different domains and different applications will have different level of tolerance when it comes to the cost or the energy capacity or the lifespan required. And that's the reason why we say, and many panelists have spoken about it, that there cannot be a one winner take all kind of a technology which will suffice for all applications. So old, new, and future technologies will always have a play as a mix in this game. One thing which is very important to understand is that no matter whether it's a lithium technology, whether it is, even when you guys have brought in lead acid technology in the past, or the new technology that will come up, it will be very, very important to tropicalize these technologies as per the Indian context. And that is where India can really take a lead in terms of developing the form factors, the processing technologies, the formulations, and the chemistries, which are very, very suitable for the tropical world. And what we tend to forget is 2/3 of the world population lives in the tropical belt across India, Southeast Asia, Africa, Middle East, Latin America, this entire belt. So if we are at least taking a lead in developing technologies that are relevant for this part of the world, we are not missed the bus. We are not late. We can be still pioneers and leaders in providing these technologies across the entire global south and still emerge as a large, not just consumer, but also manufacturer of these technologies that are relevant over here. So I think that's the approach that I would request everybody or recommend everybody to take in terms of when we're talking about what technology should come in, how should we think about the cost, lifespan, and energy capacity, and how should we have an approach towards R&D in general.
Thank you, Akshay, for those interesting thoughts. Now I'll move on to Vani Dantam. You and your team have been doing a lot of research in development work in lithium sulfur, which I consider personally as one step ahead of this NMC, LFP, and other things. So, how do you and your team, your company, feel about the future of these energy storage technologies, again, in the context of EVs and ESS?
First of all, I want to thank Amara for inviting me to be part of this gathering. Very pleased to be here. And I also want to share a couple of details about myself. Nextech Batteries, where I have been the COO until last week, and I have resigned, and I'm actually in the process of starting my own company with advanced chemistry battery development, and also what we talked about this morning as full circle economy. This is what my company is going to be concentrating. Basically, we will look at developing secondary usages for used EV battery packs, and also developing advanced recycling technologies, and also advanced material production technologies to reduce the cost of the materials, and extremely advanced cell production technologies. That's what we're going to be concentrating on. Now, switching back to Jagdish's question, I have tracked lithium sulfur development for the last 2.5 years. And the two factors that limit lithium sulfur, the energy density is phenomenal. It's very, very high. The theoretical energy density is, you're looking at over 2,000 watt-hours per kilogram. And we have worked with cells that have performed above 425 watt-hours per kilogram. But when you work at that level, the cycle life is very poor. You're lucky if you can get 100 to 150 cycles at 100% depth of discharge at 0.3 C to 0.5 C discharge rates or recharge rates. And that's not enough. And also the self-discharge rates are very high. You're looking at approximately 10 to 12% self-discharge on a monthly basis. Part of this is recoverable and part of this is not. If the self-discharge is recoverable, you're in decent shape. But if it is not recoverable, that means the residual capacity drops very rapidly, and that's not good. We looked at Lighten's data, we looked at Theon's data, we looked at LIS, Australia's data, same problem. There's a company in Japan called ADEKA. These folks have developed a different kind of lithium sulfur technology with lithium in the anode, pure lithium, but sulfurized polyacrylonitrile that basically eliminates polysulfide shuttle. But when you do this, sulfur discharge goes down, cycle life goes up almost to 4,000, 5,000 cycles at 100% depth of discharge, but energy density drops a lot. You're going back down from 400 to 180 to 200. So is that good? But at 4,000, 5,000 cycles, maybe. So we have to develop new ways of looking at how do we measure the value of a chemistry. Instead of looking at it in kilowatt hours, dollars per kilowatt hour basis, we start looking at dollars per kilowatt hour per year. To us, any new battery technology is like a three-legged stool. We have to look at the product by itself. What is the capability of the product? The manufacturing technology capabilities to manufacture this product, and the infrastructure capabilities. My worry is we are spending enormous time and resources on the product and on the manufacturing, but not enough on infrastructure. I'll give you some examples. The electrical production capacity, installed capacity in India is little over 0.5 terawatt. To put that in perspective, China has approximately 2.8 terawatts. So you're more than 5 times India's capacity. United States has 1.2 terawatts installed capacity. Entire European Union has 1.2 terawatts. So the global production capacity is approximately 6 terawatts. Now you put that in perspective, India, 0.5 terawatts. Every 250 motorcycles, scooters you produce will need 1 megawatt of additional generation capacity to keep them charged. Is that capacity being installed? Are your transmission distribution lines being updated? Are your transformers being updated? We have this problem in the US. California last summer issued warnings not to charge the EVs. EV penetration in California is less than 5%. And because the load on the energy production is so high because of consumption for air conditioning, they did not want EV owners to charge the EVs. So we have to think about these things. How much additional capacity do we need? Then when we go to product capabilities, we're looking at materials. How much carbon footprint today's NMC, LFP batteries create? I'll give you some examples here specific to Tesla. A Tesla battery pack that goes into Model S has 350 liters of volume. Out of this, only 33% of the volume is occupied by EV cells. That means 67% of the volume is non-productive. Why? Because the battery is only spec'd for 45 degrees Celsius temperature usage. That won't work in India. So you have 60% plus volume is occupied by thermal management system. Now if you increase the temperature capability, let's say you have NMC, very high energy density, but I go to 150 watt hour energy density, but I increase my temperature capability to 75 degrees Celsius. That means I don't need so much volume dedicated to thermal management system. So I can actually have much higher energy in the same size pack because less volume will be occupied by thermal management system. So you have to look at it as a total system. Then how much carbon footprint does my manufacturing create? So how many miles do I have to drive my vehicle before it becomes carbon neutral? So all these things we have to think through. And obviously material cost. Can we design nickel out, cobalt out, manganese out, because all these have higher carbon footprint and high cost items. Can we reduce the amount of lithium? So what we see is ultimately in future, all the grid systems will become most likely non-lithium based systems. This is what we're thinking. Or they will become users of secondary usage automotive packs, because specifications for failure are different for grid systems and for automotive systems. I would consider automotive pack a failure if the residual capacity drops to 80 to 75%. But the capacity has to drop to 50% in a grid system before it's failure. That means I can take an automotive pack, disassemble it, take the good cells, assemble them into residential packs and grid packs. That's my secondary usage. Or I will design less expensive non-lithium packs. Because footprint is, I'm not worried about footprint for my grid packs. It's important for my automotive packs. And then recycle the bad cells. Also learn to produce materials. At the current rate of usage, we will run out of lithium on Earth by 2050, unless we learn to recycle. Or unless we learn to extract lithium from ocean water. We're working with an Israeli company. This is an Israeli ocean water desalination plant. And the scrap from the plant is, I can use it to extract lithium. We're just looking at that right now. How can we do it? Can we do it economically? So there are possibilities to extend the lithium supply. But we have to design nickel and cobalt and manganese out because of their impact on the carbon footprint. And also we have to reduce the production cost of graphene. A ton of graphene today. Graphene is the most expensive material we use in our batteries. A kilogram of graphene we're buying anywhere between mass production $100,000 to $130,000 for pilot production. That's a lot of money. So what can I do to reduce usage, to reduce cost? So all these things we have to look at. Manufacturing capabilities. The footprint of electrode production is coming down. Integration of machine intelligence is increasing. So in terms of break-even volumes, today for mass production, I have to install at least a 2.2 gigawatt hour to 2.5 gigawatt hour plant. Can I bring that down to below 1.5 gigawatt hours? That means I can build smaller plants, not very, very large plants with much smaller carbon footprint. So we have to look at it as a system, and then look, again, product capabilities, including chemistries, manufacturing capabilities, and infrastructure capabilities. And the more I have been associated with lithium-ion industry for 15 plus years, and we have always neglected infrastructure capabilities. And I think it's going to come back and bite us. We have to be very careful.
Thank you. Thank you, Vani, for those thought-provoking words. Now I'll quickly move on to Dr. Hari for those initial remarks. I mean, I know your company is one of the pioneers in making the cylindrical NMC cell in India ground up. And we'd like to know your thoughts about the future of the technologies, again, on the electric vehicle and energy storage front.
Okay. Thank you very much, Amara, for the nice opportunity. And the good part, the last session, the last speaker, it's always like, the audience have been already, empowered, with a lot of the information. So it's easy for me to, convey what I wanted to say. Yeah. And then again, what has not been covered, that also, I have a huge responsibility to say that, okay? For that, you need to have an experience. So I think at least I have an experience from early 2000s, seeing Chinese, how they got into this lithium-ion cell manufacturing and how they came up as the global leader. Maybe that perspective, I really thank Thomas for giving a very wonderful, he set a tone, what has to be the technology, what has to be the future and all these things. Almost close to about 90%, I agree with him. And then if you see, like, as a country, India, what we are supposed to do with respect to the present technology, or what we are supposed to look at the future technology. So as Vijay was telling, you are telling about the lead acid battery industry. So even today now in India, we are looking at the lithium ion, but the African countries are still going to be using the lead acid batteries. We can keep continuing manufacture and then export them. Similarly, and if you look at in the same lead acid battery, the improvements, say Furukawa, East Penn, the ultra battery, the name we know. So they came up with the capacitor and battery together, marrying together, and then they are like serving a lot of high-end applications, grid stabilization and all these things. So, and in the same context, if you see in lithium-ion batteries, what is going forward. In Europe, if you see the Skeleton, Eaton, these kind of companies, also in Japan, few companies, they're also into these hybrid capacitors. We talk about LFP and then our LTO. We have one of these into as our anode or cathode, and then use the high surface area activated carbon and make a product. Have both the properties of the battery in terms of energy density and also the properties of capacitors as the power density. That is going to serve a lot of huge markets in the future with respect to these metro trains and so many other things. And also, like Vani was mentioning about our infrastructure availability. Whenever we are going to go more and more on this electrification, then we need to look at the stabilization of our grid. There also, these capacitors are playing a very big role. So since we are talking about the energy storage technologies, we need to look at this also has one of the very important component in it. So when it comes to the chemistries, right, like we have so many chemistries for so many different applications. I don't want to look into that. Concentrating only on electric vehicles and ESS systems. And if you take, we don't need to also compete with the guys, the Panasonic or Samsung or LG or CATL. So what can we do for India? And also we talk about carbon neutrality as well, right? So we all know, like, if you have to make a 1 kilowatt hour of a cell, then we need to spend more than about 45 to 50 kilowatt hour of the energy to produce this. So this is where this is becoming a highly energy intensive manufacturing process. So the whole world is looking at how can we reduce the cost. And one thing is going in the large scale, as like in the earlier panels we were talking about like now it has become like more than 5. Earlier we were talking about 1, 2.5, 5, now 10s and 20s. So last week we had some European delegation, they were telling, if you are not talking about 20, then we don't want to work with you, like that. So now if you see like that, so where are we going with respect to this kind of cost saving? Again, when we talk about India, India is such a cost sensitive market, we need to look at each and every penny there. So why do we have to really bet on like these guys in terms of high nickel content cathode material, or very high silicon anode material, going into the highest energy density of the cell? All these things are not different to a particular application, and also it is specific to a region. If it is for Europe or for Japan, like that, like where the temperatures are low, then we can really look into it. But for India, what do we need? So as my friend Dr. Sagar Mitra said in the morning, if we have something like 532 or 622 that can give the double the cycle life performance and the stability for a tropical country like us, why don't we have to look into NMC 811, for example, or even 9XX? If that is going to give about 1,000 cycles, then maybe the other one, 622, can give more than about 2,500 cycles under the same kind of performance. So what do we really look into it? Again, when it comes to the manufacturing point of view, the 40%, again, that number was given by Sagar Mitra. It's going into the recovery process during the electrode making, the NMP, the carcinogenic solvent that we use, organic solvent, and it needs to be recovered, recycled, purified, and then reused. So if you take the industry now, the same thing was happening earlier with anodes. Now we use the water-based processing, right? So we save a lot there. And we don't have to go 250 degrees Celsius to boil, recycle all these things. It's water. And even if you don't want to do that, we can let it go. It's environmentally friendly. So we did like this kind of an aqueous water-based process for NMC 622, and it's perfectly fine, even much better than the NMP. And the same thing has been done for LFP as well. So here, I would like to give you a little bit more into the technical thing, like when we use into different solvent, we use different kind of binders as well. And the property of these binders also make these things high rate capable, and then highly porous, and then like more safe. The electrolyte wetting is good. There are a lot of things come into it. And again, as Thomas mentioned, like in Europe, if you see, because of the regulations, the pollution control, they have been asked not to use NMP. But since we cannot do that, so we have to. They are coming up with based on the geographies, this many percentage of this has to be completely reused. That is where this the dry coating is coming into picture. So we don't have to use any of this solvent, like whether it is NMP or water. Take the the dry powders and make them into electrodes, and then make them into put them into the cells. This is not new as well. If you take Tesla, why did they acquire Maxwell? This is very much available in this dry coating technology in the capacitor world. And again, they talked about the design point of view, the tabless or infinite tabs. This is also not new. Again, the capacitor industry has it. Like we are able to make it, the tabless and dry coated the capacitors. So that way, again, I would like to take something input also. I also did a lot of work in lead acid batteries, wherein so many things we can take from that industry and then take it into a lithium ion, the design point of view, to make it highly energy dense the batteries like that. So that way there are a lot of for example, if you take one company that is working on I don't want to mention, and vapor deposition related techniques, then they are just depositing the lithium on top of the separator, and then that really does wonder for the solid state battery systems. So it is everybody like wherever the technology is available. And again, I want to touch upon that our the local the strength what is available in India. If you see, since the market is not there, people are not really looking into it. But when we are talking to the local supply chain companies, they really have very highly the tremendous kind of knowledge. So how to make these kind of, for example, with respect to foil or something like that. And only thing is we are not doing it. Why? Because the market is not ready. So if you see China, like when the technology moved from USA to Japan to Korea and then to China, they looked at the supply chain, the materials, activities first. So that is where if Randir is there, somebody else is there, I would like to put this point here. So why don't we bring a PLI only for the materials, and then also for the equipment. Nicholas was there here, and these equipments, when we go and see these equipments at their equipment manufacturer's place only, how gigantic they are, what are all the complexities. Until and unless we have these things in India, make our people to see, feel, until then we are not going to get into it. Otherwise, we have to bring all these guys from the overseas to come and do it. And if the market is not there here, then they are not also going to come. Unless otherwise, this is going to be a highly export incentive business for them. So, and also we looked at the efficiency part. That is here. These are all some points which I would like to mention when it comes to the futuristic. So when we talk to some people, I don't want to mention again the name. Only one company throughout the world, they have expertised these equipments to get the throughput of 95%. Nowhere else. This is all because of it started from 5-10 ppm parts per minute. We say 15 to 30, 120, 200, 300. Now 400 ppm per minute. Right now, within a minute, 400 cells are just coming out of these automatic lines with very reliable, not much of rejections, very good quality. So this is how the throughput making it, these guys going in a very large scale, very, yeah, I think I'm running out of time. I'm sorry, I'll finish it quickly, since I have to also touch upon what is going to be the next generation. So when you talk about what we are going to talk about the next generation, what I would like to really don't have to think about what is next generation. Today, if you are able to make a next generation lithium-ion cell, that itself is really big, for which it is going to take about 3 to 4 years for us. Incorporating all these things. See, in Japan, if you talk, they talk about pre-lithiation, pre-sodiation. So when can we do that? Right, for which the equipment and all these things. Equipment is a very big thing in this industry. So which we lack, but though we have the strength to make all these things. Then again, maybe touch upon few challenges like the human resources. So when I said the company had a chance to make 95%, that was only because of the human resources, the trained. And then you need to keep training more and more and also to retain them. Okay, that is also one of the biggest thing here. And then the financial, right, also touched upon. And this is such an industry where you are not going to see the profits very early. So that point of view, we have to look at India, what is going to be profitable and cost competitive and all these things. That way, if I look at what is going to be the next generation, what we have to look at it, maybe 10 years down the line, if you have to lead the world in terms of the production, then probably as Thomas said, I'm going to just get into that same sodium ion, wherein what has not been told, I'll just quickly tell. One thing is the separator. What we are going to use in our lithium-ion battery industry, the polymer-based separators, we are not going to use. Rather, we'll be using the cellulose-based separators. They are cheaper. And again, they are highly porous. That will give you a lot of the wettability part increases, high rate comes, and so many other advantages come into it. And the sodium availability. And again, making the sodium materials also almost similar to that of what is available for the lithium again. These materials again talked about low temperature, high temperature. India, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, we have varying. We cannot be making cells for one little region. And again, for the anode material, it's again a hard carbon where we have opportunity for the Indian companies to come up because there is not many companies making them throughout the world. So this is an opportunity for us. So electrolyte again, we have an opportunity here. So that point of view, we are on a level playing ground, though 5-6 companies are already making some cells and all these things with respect to sodium ion. We can really bet on it. And then in spite of, it's a lower energy density and all these things, over the period of time, the technology improving, we can keep on improvising on these energy densities and all these things. Safety is a point, here the safety is it can be completely discharged, through over the air it can be transported and all these things, that safe it is. And then cost point of view, we are not going to use copper. So since it is only aluminum again, that also brings down. Like that, there are a lot of advantages. We can keep talking about all these things. And probably even on lithium ion itself, I can be talking for another half an hour. And anyhow, I'm sorry for taking a little more time. And then thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Hari, for those very interesting ideas and your remarks on that. Actually, the session timing is for 50 minutes and we have already taken 60 minutes for one round of talk. I have questions for the second and third round, but I don't want to go because it is going to be too much stress for the audience sitting there. So I'll just ask one question and I request to answer in just 2 words. Two words. See, suppose we are given, we are given $100 million by, say, Government of India and asked us to actually bet on 2 technologies, 2 future technologies that will be good for the energy storage application. So what are the 2 technologies that each one of you would like to focus on? Professor Tatarav. Sodium ion, lithium sulfur. Akshay?
Yeah, my answer would be the same as well.
Okay.
If the applications are energy storage, sodium ion. Yeah.
One. No second.
No second.
Sodium ion.
So maybe after seeing how the world is moving, I would take a bet on a dry coating with lithium ion.
Thank you. And Thomas, if you are still there, what's your answer for that 2-word answer?
I agree. 2 words, sodium ion.
Thank you. So the unanimous answer is the sodium ion, and the second one could be lithium sulfide. Thank you so much. And maybe we'll just have one question from the audience, if at all. I mean, if somebody is still having energy to ask question.
Yes, I think there's a lot of energy
There's a
still.
lot of energy.
I can already see a couple of gentlemen raising their hands. We'll take one because of the time constraint. Apologies.
Thank you very much. Since the unanimous opinion is about sodium ion, what is Amaraja's program?
See, one thing, if I had to answer that in a very straightforward way, the manufacturing of lithium ion, the manufacturing of sodium ion, there's not much of a difference. So our initial bets are on lithium ion, so we are going to do our developmental activities, do our manufacturing related activities in the lithium ion sector, and we'll be subsequently we'll be actually in the development phase of sodium ion, and as and when the application picks up, the market for the application picks up, we'll be ready with the sodium ion, and changing the manufacturing facility is not that
Not difficult.
is not very expensive way.
Let us don't go in series fashion, because sodium ion is going to pick up and already is being picked up. Commercial products are there. So you start next 5 to 10 years, definitely lithium ion is going to lead. So you start with lithium ion, but don't go after 5 years or 10 years sodium ion. Better you start funding a research lab like ARCA with use $1 million or so that sodium ion will be there in next 5 years, we promise.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. We'll definitely take it. But our idea is to actually move on from initially get into lithium and then start working on sodium ion. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Maybe
I
I have a point to just mention. Probably I would have forgotten. I know since eminent people are here, and throughout the world when we go, right, like we only talk about what is the next technology, how to make, and all these things. But in Europe and Southeast Asian countries, that for all this testing part, right? Dr. Rao is here, and many other IIT professors are here. The government funds the test facilities. I know they're all huge, capital intensive, and also the operations, right? The people who are employed, and they're not going to generate revenue. I know that is where the government is really supporting, and we can make cells and batteries. Even the automobile companies, huge automobile companies, not able to set up this kind of the test facility. So I would like to put this as a request to the people who are really responsible for it. Maybe like this is also a conclave, like it is bringing people together. And then why don't we put up this as a big program to the government, and then make this happen so that it helps the whole infrastructure. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, we have heard Telangana state government also talking about
Yes,
testing
exactly.
lab and facilities, separate area identified, and so yeah, that's a good idea. I think we should take it forward. We'll deliberate further on that in other forums. Thank you so much, each one of you, Professor Tatarao, Akshay, Vanidantam, and Dr. Hari. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for joining from Germany. Thank you once again.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You had a very tough, session because it was the ending, but I think we ended on a high note. Yes, once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it for our panelists and our moderator? So a token of thank you to all our panelists. Dr. Narsinga Rao, Mr. Akshay Singhal, Mr. Vani Dhantam, Mr. Hari Prakash, and of course, Mr. Thomas was also virtually present with us. So thank you once again. And of course, I would also like to thank Mr. Jagdish for moderating it so patiently.
Thank you, Hari. Should I give more time? So actually, probably Thomas is also there in the photograph. probably we'll send one of the frame to him as well.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, I think a huge round of applause for our audience for being so patient. I think you all are a wonderful set of audience. You all were craving for more and more information, and I'm sure if this session was going on for another hour, you all would have been right there with the same level of concentration. But unfortunately, because of the time constraint, we have to cut it short. But nevertheless, thank you very much for being a part of our conclave. And I'm sure you all had your food for your brain too. But now it was the last panel discussion, unfortunately. And for that, I would like to call, well, I have thanked you all personally, but there's one gentleman I'm sure would be eager to step up to thank you all. I request Mr. Vijay Anand to please join me on stage for the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Don't want to make it like a formal vote of thanks, but just want to give my reflections since morning. As we thought of doing a foundation stone laying even for the research facility, we thought, if it's just ceremonial, we would have probably known faces coming there with minister coming and doing it. But we wanted to have that built on a idea of creating more experiences for various people here. But more importantly, create a platform for rich conversation. That's what I have witnessed since morning. This is to bring people who have a lot of stake in this sector, who have put their sweat and blood behind this, of course money as well, and have a lot of interest to see how this sector will evolve. They will be participating and contributing to the evolution of this sector. And we wanted all of them to come on here. There are startups, there are people who have spent their lifetime doing research in this area, there are people who are spending, millions, if not billions of dollars in building, the business, and there are, supply partners who want to be part of the journey. So the idea is to create a rich conversation and dialogue on a platform where we could share ideas, where we could identify real challenges and the real solutions. Sometimes you talk about a issue from the sidelines and then think of a lot of possibilities. When you are thrown into the ring is where you need to be ready to really fight it out. I would like to thank everyone who has come here. Mr. Sudhendu Sinha, who has actually flown all the way and spent the whole day. I've seen Mr. Sinha participating in many programs in Delhi, but I think we had the advantage of, kind of making him a hostage here and sit through the whole day and not go back to his office. Thank you very much, sir. And thanks, probably it would be unfair on my part to name individually and then miss out some names, but want to thank every one of you who have traveled within the city or from various parts of the country as well as some places outside the country. And my colleague has said here about the attention, I'm really amazed. Generally backbenches will be empty by this time, but I'm seeing they are still full. And again, we have to put a lot of effort to get to where we are. But this is the first edition of Evolve. Even the idea of, when we looked at what's the name of this event, Evolve became very natural choice for us because that's where the industry is. And it's a clarion call to everybody say that let's evolve. And let's evolve ideas, let's evolve action plan, let's ensure that the industry is evolving into something that can be globally competitive and become a global leader in at least chosen areas. So thank you again a lot for coming over here and spending the whole day with us. And hopefully we'll come back to you with the next edition of Evolve next time around this time with a lot more interesting ideas to talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vijay Anand. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to an end of the first edition of Evolve Conclave. Can we hear it for our first edition of the Evolve Conclave, everyone together? Thank you very much for every single speaker, guest, audience for gracing us with your presence. So with this, we come to an end of the spectacular day. I hope you have a wonderful weekend ahead. Please do join us for high tea and more talks, more networking. This is MC Sabrina signing off. Goodbye. Good night and have a wonderful weekend ahead.